later worked as a master level mobile crisis clinician and intensive care coordinator for Wayside Youth and Families. There, I would advocate and work with families whose children have been tremendously affected by mental health illnesses. My desire to help others stems from a tough upbringing. I faced housing insecurities, food insecurities, and the abandonment of my mother, who battled mental illness and drug addiction. At the age of 14, I would say I was a parentified youth and a youth at risk. So I know firsthand how important the issues our students, families, and staff face on the daily. I currently serve on the Leap for Education Board of Directors, where I strive to assure equity and access to quality academic, college, and career services for underserved youth. I was part of the development and implementation of the Dream More program over at Third Grade Marshall. The Dream More after-school program was recognized recently as a 21st century after-school program. We've recently successfully secured over $300,000 in grant funding to ensure that we maintain sustainable growth and make sure these type of programs are running effectively and efficiently as possible to serve our students and our staff. I want to talk about some of my volunteering experiences. I volunteered my time and serve as a steering board director for the Lynn Community Connections Coalition in Lynn, Mass. In this role, I work to strengthen family support systems in neighborhoods throughout the city of Lynn by connecting them to both formal and informal resources. I also had opportunities to serve at both the Salem State University's Alumni Association and Framingham State University Alumni Association Board of Directors. During those years, I was committed to working on the Alumni Association Strategic Planning Committee and Civic Engagement and Student Outreach Committee. Improving the school district that has given me so much drove me to run for the Lynn School Committee back in 2017. I was elected as the second Latino to ever hold a Lynn School Committee position for the city of Lynn, a first-generation low-income kid. During my time on the school committee, I have made it my obligation and duty to strongly advocate for our most underserved students and families throughout Lynn Public Schools. I have fought and made efforts to provide our youth with academic and vocational career pathways in Lynn that will help in their transition into the 21st century workforce. I have worked rigorously the past 4 years to advocate and ensure we are strategically investing in creating a school environment that is trauma-informed and inclusive, improving our social emotional learning capabilities, and being able to address the inequities our students and families will be a focus area for my campaign this time around. We need to make sure to address the mental health concerns our students, families, and staff face in Lynn Public Schools. During and post-pandemic, it was also my obligation to make sure that our staff, students, and families had the adequate resources to thrive and get through these times. I made myself accessible through social media, telephone, email. I was determined to make sure we kept communication alive, and that government works for you, especially when in a time where everyone needed to hear from their elected officials. I also want to mention just a quick overview of two big campaigns that we've just finished up. It was a virtual marathon. We developed a student-driven marathon scholarship program where we raised over $17,000 in senior scholarships. This need came about during the pandemic. This was a calling upon myself from a group of seniors who reached out to me when they were broken by the pandemic's wrath, which I naturally, throughout my tenure on the school committee, I have utilized student voice in my policy decision-making. And it is important as an elected official to ensure that we consistently activate and include youth voices in city and state decision-making policies. Our students, parents, and teachers will have a seat at the table. Your priorities are my priorities. With the many same lived experiences as countless disadvantaged students, I have been a frequent motivational speaker at schools and youth organizations. I am a leader that represents hope, and my story is of resilience. As someone who confronted the odds and battled through many hardships to be where I am today. I am someone who will work tirelessly. End of the night, doesn't matter what time. I will get the job done, and I will do it respectfully. And I ask this campaign season, I love my job. I love being able to give back at this capacity. I respectfully ask everyone out there, please consider me for one of your 6 votes. And if you would like to learn more about my campaign, you can reach me directly at 2087, or by email. It's on the city website, but it's bcastellanos4417@gmail.com. I'm on Facebook, I'm on Instagram. Whatever way you want to reach me, I am available, and I'm here to serve you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Donna Capola, and I'm running for re-election to the Lynn School Committee. I'm married to my husband, Harry, and I'm a parent of 4 children who all attended Lynn Public Schools and have all graduated from Lynn Classical High School. I'm the grandparent of 6 granddaughters. 4 of them are in public school. 2 of them are too young yet, but I'm sure they'll be there. And I'm a former foster parent to 19 children. I graduated from North Shore Community College and the University of Mass in Boston. I work at Joy Child Care Center as a case manager for teen parents. I have worked hard this last 2 years to reassure the 17,000 plus students, the staff, and families they would have what they needed to work and communicate remotely, hybrid, or in person. The last 2 years have been difficult, but we have made sure every student had new electronic devices, internet, if not available in their home, and training for teachers as they tackled a new way of teaching. To fight COVID, new ventilation devices for every classroom and workspace have been installed, as well as millions of dollars in school updates have been completed. We will continue to work closely with city officials, health providers, and state and federal government agencies to meet our building's needs. But we must continue to work on our needs for a new middle school and several elementary schools. They are very outdated and need to be replaced. There still is much work to be done to overcome the challenges our students have faced over the last 2 years. As a member of the Lynn School Committee, I will continue to be available, responsive, and proactive so every student has the opportunity to be successful academically and socially. I continue to enjoy communicating with so many of you by phone and email as we work together, making the Lynn Public Schools a system to be proud of. I promise to continue to make our schools safe, emotionally healthy, and inclusive for all. It has been an honor to serve you. I humbly ask for one of your 6 votes for the Lynn School Committee seat. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eric Dugan, and I'm running for Lynn School Committee. My wife, Christine, and I have raised our 2 wonderful sons in Lynn, and we're very proud to call Lynn our home. My 2 sons have been educated in the Lynn Public Schools. My oldest son just graduated from Lynn Classical in the class of 2021. My younger son will be a junior in the fall. Both of them are proud to call themselves Rams and have met many great teachers and friends along the way in Lynn Public Schools. I myself have been an educator for 20 years. I got my start at St. Mary's in Lynn as a 7th and 8th grade history teacher, and then I moved on to teach the elementary level in Danvers Public Schools in Danvers, Massachusetts. Over my 16 years in Danvers, I have taught 5th, 4th, and currently teach 3rd grade. I also served on the executive board for the Danvers Teachers Association as vice president. During my time with the DTA, I was part of 3 successful collective bargaining teams that got contracts ratified by the Danvers teachers and the Danvers School Committee. In order to help the youth of Lynn, I've volunteered in many capacities in our city. Both of my sons enjoy playing sports, and I've coached and helped to promote many of the youth sports organizations around the city. That list includes Lynn Youth Soccer, St. Pius CYO, East Lynn Little League, Lynn Legion Baseball, Lynn Babe Ruth, and Wyoma Little League. During my time at Wyoma Little League, I served on the board in many capacities. I met many amazing people and many people that I now call friends. As a member of the board, I was fortunate enough to help in many capacities, especially as league president. During my time as league president, I was able to see how amazing the youth of the city are, and it was more than just in softball and baseball. Sure, playing the games they loved was why they were there, but kids showed up for each other. They showed up to help at the parks. They showed up to root each other on when they weren't even playing. And the reason for this was because they had pride in the league. When kids feel pride and part of something worthwhile, they excel. It's this attitude that I think we need to put forward to the Lynn Public Schools. All of my professional and personal experiences within my community helped me decide to run for Lynn School Committee. As a proud educator, parent of Lynn Public School students, and community volunteer leader, I feel that I'll be able to bring an important perspective to the committee. Strong public schools are the backbone of every community. I understand and know that very well. I know that our city is desperate for new buildings, and it appears that a new Pickering Middle School is on the horizon. However, there are things we can do in the meantime that can have an immediate impact on our students. My vision for the backbone of our community, Lynn Public Schools, is as follows. First, we need to make sure Lynn's public schools remain a place of equitable education. Lynn is a community full of diverse learners. This diversity is seen culturally, socioeconomically, and the learning needs and abilities of our students. We need to continue to nurture this and determine ways to make sure we are moving in the right direction here. One way we can do this is by listening to the voices of our teachers. Nobody knows their students better than their teachers. They will help us move in the right direction. Secondly, we need to make sure all of our graduates are ready for their futures. Career and college readiness is something that we need to promote and maintain. Not every student will go on to college, and we need to make sure that they are ready to enter a modern workforce. We can do this through the promotion of trades and other technological jobs that they can be prepared for immediately leaving high school. We have a great resource already in place, and we need to make sure we promote it even more in Lynn Tech. For our students that choose to go on to college and universities, we need to make sure that our curriculum challenges them and prepares them for the rigor of college level classes. Some of the jobs that our students will have may not even exist yet. Our students need to be prepared for this modern world, no matter what path they choose out of high school. Lastly, and possibly most importantly, we need to make sure that the social and emotional needs of our children are being met. The isolation of this past year exposed the immediate need for these services in our schools. We need to make sure that we are addressing these needs within our schools. The students' social and emotional needs being met are critical to their success in school, out of school, and after. All educational research points to this. We can't ignore it and just pretend it's a problem for just the families of our students. Educating the whole child and making sure our staff and faculty in all of our buildings in our city are making deep connections with students is critical to helping with this. I'm confident our teachers and staff have the ability to do this. I'm running to make an impact in our city by working with our committee to help our schools move into a brighter future. If elected, I will have one main priority: our students. Our students deserve a school system that promotes diversity and recognizes that every child is important as an individual. Our students deserve better learning spaces. Our students deserve a school system that allows for their teachers' voices to be heard. Our students deserve a school system where they can feel emotionally supported and safe. Our students deserve a school system that they can be proud of and excel in. So please, in the upcoming election, consider voting for me, Eric Dugan, for Lynn School Committee. Thank you, everybody.
Hi, I'm Lorraine Gately, and first of all, I want to thank Lynn Community TV for this opportunity to speak to you today. I'm also a current member of the school committee. I'm proud to say I was born and raised in Lynn. I attended Lynn Public Schools. I graduated from Lynn English High School. I also raised my son in Lynn, and he attended Lynn Public Schools and graduated from Lynn English High School. After high school, I attended North Shore Community College and received my associate's degree, then on to my bachelor's degree from Goddard College, and then received my master's degree in education from Cambridge College. In 2014, I completed the Project Lead the Way program at Worcester Polytech Institute and received my certificate to teach high school Introduction to Engineering Design. I retired from Lynn Public Schools after a 33-and-a-half-year career doing what I loved, teaching the students of Lynn. And I want to be very specific about that because I was forced in my early career to go to other school systems, and I always came back to bid on my job in Lynn because I wanted to teach Lynn students. When I retired, I was a lead science teacher at Pickering Middle School. In March 2014, I was asked and accepted a part-time position at St. Mary's High School, teaching science classes and Introduction to Engineering Design until June 2020. I am running for my 4th term on the Lynn School Committee. On the current school committee, we work as a team with one goal, which is to have an excellent school system. My future goals with our next school committee is to work hard for students, parents, teachers, and staff so our students are prepared for their future. I have been told that my major strength is that I'm always there to answer questions, and if I don't know the answer, I'll find someone that can answer the question. I'm not afraid to ask those tough questions of the administration. I do the research on any topic that is brought to the committee to make certain that I am prepared for anything that comes up or comes my way during the meeting, which will help me make the best decision. And I always keep in the back of my mind the overall interest of our students. My goal is to make sure all the students in Lynn are prepared for the future, with the hopes that they come back to the city of Lynn to give back and continue to make Lynn better. I can't tell you how many of my former students are right here in Lynn right now. They came back after going to college, and they are making Lynn a better place, and I can't be more proud of them. And when I see them, I always congratulate them for all of their accomplishments. This past term has been so difficult on our schools. In 2019, our school district was hit with a computer virus, but we prevailed and found the problems and fixed them. I remember thinking, poor Dr. Tutwiler having to deal with this in his first few years as superintendent. And then, in March of 2020, COVID-19 virus shut down everything. We have made great strides to meet the needs of the students and families in the safest manner possible. We made sure the need for food insecurity was addressed for every student, that safety and health issues have been addressed in each school. Our schools have grown in technology because of COVID-19. The district is catching up with the more affluent communities in technology. I'm still concerned with overcrowded classes due to lack of space. I'm thrilled that we have the middle school discovery program at Lynn Tech to cut down on some of the numbers in middle school. I look forward to working with the MSBA on the new Pickering Middle School and plan on pushing for more schools to be in their pipeline shortly after Pickering moves through. This past term, there has been so much growth in our district, way too many positive changes to mention here. I'll just name a few. We have a new remote system called Schoology, where every student and teacher can work remotely from home. Every student, every teacher has a computer. So I am very excited for Lynn's future. So in closing, it has been a pleasure to be a voice on the Lynn School Committee this term. I enjoyed working with our committee and our superintendent, Dr. Tutwiler. Again, I am in the unique position to have experienced Lynn Public Schools as a student, a teacher, and a parent. I humbly ask you for one of your 6 votes on November 2nd so I can continue to serve our district. Thank you and have a nice day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sandra Lopez, and I'm running for a school committee. This is my second time to running. I live in Lynn since 1999, and since that time, I've been helping the community, working as a volunteer in couple of events. So I was volunteer at Keep Academy, and I was volunteer at Highland Coalition. That's one of the organizations, the most work I did. And this organization gave me the opportunity to be working as a representative of the program for lead paint by the Lynn Housing Authority. And the other part I've been working at is as a assistant to the nurse. This is one of my foundation work. And in that job, I do care for elderly, and I have since 2006 working in that field. I go to North Shore Community College. I try to finish my psychology class. I have one son. His name is Christopher. And right now he is Lowell, UMass, and he study medicine. So my son went to the school program over here in Lynn, and I know the struggling parents suffer while they have the kids over here in the system. I know we have a lot of need. There need to be somebody fight for it. And I believe that I am, as a parent, one of the person who can be fight for those needs or school are need. So my campaigns direction is to enforce parents be involved in the school system, go to the meetings the school has to inform how the kids doing, and that for me is very important to enforce that. And the other thing I want to enforce the parent is to teach Spanish at the house, because it's not only the school responsibility. And then the other part is I want more funds for our school, and I want the kids having more programs, and I want the kids be more productive. That means that we need to have more programs to offer the kids while they are in the school. That way, we're going to have teenagers so productive, and they're going to know what they're going to be studying when they need to go to the university. That going to help us do not waste the time while they are in the school, and they are discover what can they do when they be a grown, mature person and be more productive for all communities. Another thing that I want to be fight for is to have to rebuild the buildings and have a relocation of all school, because we have a lot of buildings that we can rebuild and we can accommodate them for they to be used as a school. And then the officials building that we have we know that they need to be repaired. And I see everybody talking about having more buildings for a school and all of that. But what about those buildings that we already have it, and we know that they need to have some solution for the problem that they have actually right now. So I want to working for all of that, and then I hope my proposal is in everybody consent, and then take a consideration to vote for me, Sandra N. Lopez, on September 14, 2021. I'm going to remind you that the election day is on September 14, and the time is 7 to 8 o'clock. And if you have any inconvenience to go to the post where you need to go to vote, you can give me a call, 339-970-1877, and it's going to be a pleasure to pick you up to do your vote. So thank you so much. I'm going to say something in Spanish. That way we can have all information for those who speak Spanish. Hola, mi nombre es Sandra López. Estoy corriendo para representante escolar. Tengo un hijo de 20 años. Él fue al sistema escolar de Lynn. Yo conozco las necesidades que tienen las escuelas acá en Lynn. Mi hijo está estudiando medicina en UMass Lowell y tengo viviendo en Lynn desde 1999 y he sido una fiel trabajadora de las minorías y he estado constantemente ayudando a todas las personas en diferentes áreas. He trabajado en Highland Collision, en Keep Academy y mi ocupación actual es como auxiliar de enfermera. Tengo otras carreras, pero en la actualidad me estoy desenvolviendo como auxiliar de enfermera. Estoy corriendo porque quiero representar a esos padres que no tienen voz ni voto, que no hablan un idioma perfecto del inglés, y yo quiero estar ahí para ayudarlo. También yo quiero enforzar la educación en la casa. Quiero incorporar los padres a las actividades de las escuelas. Quiero que ellos vengan a las reuniones de las escuelas. Yo quiero que los maestros sean respetados por los niños y que los niños tengan su respeto también. Por lo tanto, yo deseo que todos voten por mí para yo ser esa persona que los representa y que va a hablar por ustedes. Recuerden, Sandra López, y los días para votar es septiembre 14 del 2021 de 7 a 8. Si necesita algún acomodamiento para ir a votar, 339-970-1877. Este es mi contacto de información para cualquier información. También debajo de este video tenemos los links para que puedan aportar alguna donación, y también hay la información de mi email por si alguien necesita alguna información. Muchas gracias. Mi nombre es Sandra López y espero contar con el voto hispano. Gracias.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Magnolia, and I'm a candidate for school committee in Lynn, and I'm asking for one of your 6 votes. I'm here to tell you a little bit about myself, why I'm running, and what I think I would bring to school committee here in Lynn. I moved to Lynn in 2004, 17 years ago. And from the moment that I moved to Lynn in order to be a professor at North Shore Community College, I have done everything and anything with my not really copious free time to be a member of the community. I've been working on political campaigns. I've been volunteering. I currently sit on the board of several nonprofit organizations, including the Latina Center Marias and the Community Path Coalition. And my run for school committee is really a culmination of the work that I do at the college, as well as the investment I have in the Lynn Public Schools with a child in elementary school. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. As someone who experienced homelessness in my early educational years, I have come to understand what it means to have a stable environment when one attends school. This last year with coronavirus has shown just what it means to have a stable home environment. And one of the things I'm going to bring to the school committee is a sensitivity to understanding how the interaction of the home environment and the school environment affects performance, affects mental health, and affects our students' opportunities. At the college, I get to see students who have boundless potential, but not necessarily the opportunities to engage with that potential. And I fit into that category myself when I was younger, and I am sensitive to how Lynn Public School students also fit into that category. Also, as someone who grew up with parents experiencing mental health and substance abuse issues, I feel that I can bring to this role of school committee member a sensitivity to how the multiple factors that affect our students' lives create an environment in which school might be their respite. I know for a lot of students in the Lynn Public Schools, school might be the only place that they have regular adult supervision, regular adult companionship, and regular food. We have all seen this with the PEBT cards that have come out for every family in Lynn during the pandemic. And I bring that with my personal experience, but I also bring that with my professional experience. I run the honors program at North Shore Community College, as well as being an English professor. And I have an honors lounge in Lynn that before the pandemic had to be routinely stocked with snacks because my students would often come in to do their studying. And mind you, these are some of the highest performing students in the college, but they couldn't concentrate because they were hungry. Having experienced that myself, I am particularly sensitive to that. And I understand what it means to be both a student and to not necessarily have the resources in your life to be able to complete education successfully. In the 17 years that I have lived in Lynn, I have been an active and engaged member of the Massachusetts Teachers Association, including having led the Union of Professional Staff and Faculty at North Shore Community College for 6 years, and being a registered lobbyist with the MTA. During that role, I was what was called a citizen or educator lobbyist, which means I'm doing the job that I'm advocating for at the level of the State House. I connected with K through 12 locals throughout the Essex district and worked with folks in high schools, elementary schools, and middle schools to ask their legislators for what they felt like their district needed. This experience has shown me how Lynn can both be so much more and also how much we already have. One of the things I say to my students who are transferring to elite institutions from North Shore Community College is that Lynn is your strength. It is not in the deficit category. How many people can navigate the cultural differences that Lynn offers as tremendous opportunities? How many people can talk about what it means to grow up in a truly multicultural, multiracial, multilinguistic, and multi-ethnic place? So I see these things as strengths, but I also see opportunities that have been gleaned from my experience throughout the Essex district. If you vote for me as one of your 6 votes for school committee, I will bring the expertise of a parent, of an educator, and of a Lynner who has chosen this community as my heart and soul. Thank you very much.
You're watching Lynn Community Television, Lynn's public and government access station.
Commissioner Lozey?
Here.
Commissioner Prudian?
Here.
Commissioner Rosario is absent, and Commissioner Fine.
Present. Okay, minutes of the previous meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that if the minutes are found read and correct, that they be accepted.
Second by Commissioner Lozey. All in favor? Okay, project updates, the 20-year contract, monthly report.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The wastewater treatment plant performed very well during the month of July. It was a very rainy month. We had 11.5 inches of rain. Our flow was a little over 41 million gallons a day, but everything worked out. The BOD TSS removals were great. Our loadings were great. We processed 475 tons of sludge.
Anybody got questions? Mr. Tina? Okay, next the water treatment plant, monthly report. Mr. Dahl?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The Water and Sewer Commission is in compliance with all federal and state drinking water regulations. The water supply capacity as of August 8th, yesterday, was 83%. The average for this time of year is 73%. 9 of the 10 of the contract full-time positions at the water treatment plant are currently filled. The mechanic position that was vacated on June 3rd that is still open, and Veolia is currently in the process of filling that position. And that's my report.
Okay, CSO update, phase 1 construction update.
I'll be doing that for Anthony.
Okay.
GSO currently has 2 crews working on the project. One of the mainline crews is working on installing water, sewer, and drain mains on Neptune Street Court, which is the final street of this contract. The second crew is going to be working on finishing final restoration linear feet of new water and 4,200 linear feet of new sewer. And they did just under 600 linear feet of cured in place sewer relining on Center Street and South Street Court.
Anybody have questions? Sir? Okay, under the business, authorization to approve bond anticipation notes.
Okay, I'll take that one. I'll give you a little background. Last meeting we had discussed a $7 million bond anticipation note for some capital improvements and capital costs. In addition to doing that, we have a 2011 series of bonds that we were able to, they were called and we were able to refund them. So we're going to borrow $7 million. We're going to refinance what's a little over $6 million. With interest would be about $8 million. So we'll save a little over $2 million. So we don't change the term of the when everything is due. It was due to be paid by 2031. So we don't change. We're not pushing anything out. We just refinance. It basically is what we're doing. So we're able to save the ratepayers some money over time. It'll help us as we're accumulating debt for various projects. So it's sort of a 2-for-1. So what I need this afternoon is a motion for the bond anticipation notes, which is we call the Series 2021 Series A.
You can make that motion. I second the motion.
All's in favor?
If you could read.
I can read it.
Yeah, if you could read that,
so
that'd
we
be.
know what it's about.
Voted. Do by roll call.
Yeah, do a roll call on that. On
Okay.
The bond. Okay. Good.
All right. So that voted that the 24th supplemental resolution under the Commission's General Bond Resolution adopted May 31st, 1985 as amended is hereby adopted in substantially the form presented to this meeting with such additions, deletions, and other changes thereto, not inconsistent therewith as may be approved by the chairman, the executive director, or the treasurer, in accordance with such resolution prior to the delivery of any of the bond anticipation notes, 2021 Series A, referred to therein such additions, deletions, and other changes therefore or thereto to be reflected in the official copy of such resolution on file in the records of the Commission, together with a certificate of such approving officer attesting to his approval of all such additions, deletions, and changes, provided that any material change shall be approved by the Commission.
Okay, Shannon, motion. We'll have a roll call, please.
Sure. Commissioner Calucci is absent. Commissioner Lozey?
Yes, accepted.
Yeah. Commissioner Prudian?
Yes, accepted.
Okay, and Commissioner Rosario is absent. Commissioner Trahan?
Yes, accepted.
Okay, and then the second motion we'll need is for the refunding of the 2011 bonds.
Okay, the general revenue refunding bonds, 2021 Series A, voted that the 25th supplemental resolution under the Commission's General Bond Resolution adopted May 31st, 1985, as amended, is hereby adopted in substantially the form presented to this meeting with such additions, deletions, and other changes thereto, not inconsistent therewith as may be approved by the chairman, the executive director, or the treasurer in accordance with such resolution prior to the delivery of any of the general revenue refunding bonds. 2021 Series A, referred to therein such additions, deletions, and other changes thereto to be reflected in the original copy of such resolution on file in the records of the Commission, together with a certificate of such approving officer attesting to his approval of all such additions, deletions, and changes, provided that any material change shall be approved by the Commission.
We need a roll call on that too.
So the motion to accept by Commissioner Prudian, second by Commissioner Lozey. Roll call, please.
Okay. Commissioner Calucci is absent. Commissioner Lozey?
Accepted.
Commissioner Prudian?
Accepted.
Commissioner Rosario is absent. And Commissioner Trahan?
Yes, accepted. Okay, Old business, collective bargaining, reopen request. Sam, you want to talk on the collective bargaining? Or?
Well, I prepared a memorandum and I distributed it to the commissioner and to the executive director. And it speaks for itself. Essentially, it requires a home rule petition. It's the only way. The enabling legislation is the statute that requires people to live in Lynn. In my memorandum, I distinguished how the police and fire were able to be exempt from the city charter requirement that likewise requires people to be residents of the city of Lynn. That's because there's a statute that allows police and fire to live within 10 miles. Right. And that was Mayor Kennedy negotiated with police and fire. That's the only exception. I've also taken the two prior home rule petitions that were filed. At that time they were filed by then Speaker McGee in 1982 to create the Water and Sewer Commission and to amend the original creation of the Water and Sewer Commission so commission employees could become members of the city's pension system. That's the only two times the original enabling legislation has been amended. There was one other time for the 20-year service contract, and likewise, that was done by a home rule petition. A home rule petition requires a vote of the city council and the approval of the mayor. I have taken the two bills that I had found that were created, the commission and the one that amended, that were filed by then Speaker McGee, to the clerk of committees of the city council. I spoke with her today and she said that the law department, Jim Lamana, is researching the procedure how to put it before the city council, but it is something that the commission cannot do. You cannot amend the statute only because of the home rule amendment, because it's a statute that pertains only to the city of Lynn and the surrounding communities that participate. The only way that that statute can be changed is by the legislature, and the only way that can occur is by a vote of the city council with the approval of the mayor.
So now, do we have to send a letter? Do we need to make a motion here to get that ball rolling, to send something to the city council? I haven't heard back from the law department, but I'm just saying to you that Bob Fennell and I looked at the two actual bills that created it, House Representative bills. I don't know, because they haven't gotten back to me, the law department, how it originated in the city council. I don't think Speaker McGee originated it. He had been a member of the city council, but at that 1983 he was Speaker of the House. Somebody originated it before the city council. I don't know the answer to that yet. I'm hoping that Jim Lamana will provide me with how they did it back then. So should we send a letter to the water from the commission to the law department, or like request? Well, they're the ones who are right now, I'm told, researching how the home rule petition would originate. You know, ordinarily home rule petitions originate at the city council. Here, it ultimately will go to the city council, but where it originates, and so they're looking back to see in the two times previous, how did it come to the city council? I don't know the answer to that. Okay.
So the police and the fire, how did that get? Because
there is a separate statute. If you read my memorandum, I cite the statute, and it says in the legislation that if there is existing statutes, the existing statute that we have is the Enabling Act. It says that residency. There is another statute that pertains to public safety personnel. So Mayor Kennedy had the right and did utilize that statute. She didn't exempt any other employees other than police and fire. That statute was passed by the legislature. It was a statewide statute that said police and fire could live within 10 miles or a further distance if approved from the city or town where they serve. So that is how the only change to residency under the city charter occurred. And that's because the only changes that it can occur in a statute is if there is another statute. Unfortunately for us, the only other statute we have says that every person who is employed must be a resident of the city. So if you want to change that, you have to change that statute.
So we can't do anything until the city council Does a home rule petition.
Even they can't do any, it's up to the legislature ultimately. But in 1962, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts adopted what's called the Home Rule Amendment to the Constitution. And that Home Rule Amendment says when you have a particular act that only affects a city and town and not the entire Commonwealth, that it has to be by the Home Rule petition. The Home Rule petition requirements are that you need the approval of the local body being the city council and the mayor in the city.
So when would our approval come into case?
Excuse me?
If we had to approve that issue, would it be after all that goes through that process?
I think the real question is how to get the legislature to do it, and the only way to get the legislature to do it is by a vote of the city council.
So it starts at the council first?
I believe that's the 2 times that we've seen before, that that's where it is.
Okay.
But how it got to the city council in 1982, there were 2 bills within weeks of each other than the speaker filed both of them. We've seen those bills, but the law department is looking at whether the city, they need a city councilor to introduce it, how to put it before the city council and the mayor.
So, yeah, I'll go down and I'll see Jim Lamana tomorrow, the next day, and I'll see where it is.
Yeah, I was told he was the one that got the assignment.
Okay. Yeah, I'll follow up with Jim. We can go from there. So so then someone on the council is going to have to make a motion to send it to the legislature.
I don't have knowledge, I'm just assuming that that's how it occurred, because in 1982, there was no win-loss. Somebody originated that idea, and that legislation got adopted by the mayor of the city and by the city council. That created the Water and Sewer Commission. After they created it, the question was what to do with the employees in terms of retirement. They quickly, within weeks, amended that. When they amended the enabling legislation, they used the exact same method. Home rule petition, adopted by the mayor and the city council. It went to the legislature adopted it. So that's the mechanism, and that's what...
So when the charter started here in '82, it already had the residency, it was in it, that was part of it.
City charters had residency for many, many years. The only exception, and I spoke of that in my memorandum, because Bob and I discussed how was it, or could it be done by collective bargaining? And the answer is it can be done by collective bargaining if there is a statute that authorizes it. And there was a statute that authorized cities and towns to afford public safety personnel the ability to live within so many miles of the city or town they serve. And that's what Kennedy utilized.
Yeah, because we're going to have to do the same thing here. If we adopt, once we adopt it,
how long would that
they're going to have to live close.
take? How long would it take to go through all that? Realistically.
Well, I think you have to speak to people who are state representatives. And what happens is that if the city council adopts it, then it would be filed by representatives probably Cahill, Capano, and Senator
They would
Wright.
send it to the full body.
Right, and then we've been dealing with the House Council at the legislature, and I think they said essentially the same thing to us. I think Representative Cahill asked the question on behalf of us, of the House Counsel's office. They're the ones who draft legislation.
Right.
And they came back with a list of statutes for Bob and I to look at, but essentially it reaffirmed what I think I had said orally at the last meeting, which is I thought it would need a home rule petition. And so now I would say, A, based on my research, and B, the concurrence of the House Council, it's going to require a home rule petition.
Okay.
And the home rule petition originates with the local governing body, but then generally the local representatives are the ones who carry it through the legislature. Bob serves in the legislature, and he helped me with the process and explaining that they await the approval of the local governing body when they get because it says right on the bill that was adopted, with the approval of the mayor and council when they file it.
Okay. So I'll reach out to Jim Lamana. I'll find that out. So we can get that ball rolling. Go to the council. Any other new business? Anybody? Anything?
Motion to adjourn.
Second. Aye. Meeting adjourned.
Every other year, the voters of Lynn choose members of the City Council and School Committee, and every 4 years vote for mayor. Lynn is divided into 7 wards. Each one gets a councilor specific to that ward. There are also 4 at-large councilors responsible for the whole city. These councilors are responsible for helping Lynn residents by connecting them to resources, services, and city departments. They also vote on laws, the city budget, and more at city council meetings. On the school committee, there are 6 members elected who work with the mayor in all matters pertaining to the Lynn public school system. This includes picking the superintendent, creating policies for students and teachers, and more. After the preliminary election, multiple candidates may be eliminated. Only up to 2 candidates for each ward, 8 at-large candidates, 12 school committee candidates, and 2 mayoral candidates may advance to the final election. In Lynn, there are multiple locations to vote at in person. These locations are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. on election days. Each ward has at least 1 location to vote at in person. There is also early in-person and mail-in voting allowed in Massachusetts, and we publicize information about these methods ahead of time. If you're not registered to vote or don't know your status, you can register or check by visiting lynnma.gov and going to the Chief of Elections section, or you can call 781-586-6805. If you're not sure where to go to vote, visit wheredoivotema.com and fill out the form to find out. For up-to-date election coverage, voting information, and more, please visit the free elections section of our website, lyntv.org/election.
ជារៀងរាល់2ឆ្នាំម្ដងប្រជាជននៅទីក្រុងលីនបានបោះឆ្នោតជ្រើសរើសសមាជិកនៃក្រុមប្រឹក្សាក្រុងនិងគណៈកម្មាធិការសាលាហើយសម្រាប់អភិបាលក្រុងគឺបោះឆ្នោតជ្រើសរើសរៀងរាល់4ឆ្នាំម្ដងទីក្រុងលីនត្រូវបានចែកចេញជា7សង្កាត់ហើយសង្កាត់នីមួយៗគឺមានសមាជិកក្រុមប្រឹក្សាជាក់លាក់ជាតំណាងទីក្រុងលីនគឺក្រុមសមាជិកប្រឹក្សាជាន់ខ្ពស់ចំនួន4រូបដែលទទួលខុសត្រូវសម្រាប់ទីក្រុងទាំងមូលសមាជិកក្រុមប្រឹក្សាទាំងនេះមានចំនួនខុសត្រូវក្នុងការជួយប្រជាជនដោយភ្ជាប់ទៅនឹងធនធានសេវាកម្មនិងទីមន្ទីរក្រុងពួកគេក៏បោះឆ្នោតលើច្បាប់កញ្ចប់ថវិកាដែលត្រូវចំណាយនៅក្នុងទីក្រុងលីនរបស់ជាច្រើនទៀតនៅក្នុងកិច្ចប្រជុំក្រុមប្រឹក្សាគណៈកម្មាធិការសាលាមានសមាជិកចំនួន6នាក់ដែលត្រូវបានជ្រើសរើសធ្វើការជាមួយអភិបាលក្រុងនៅក្នុងគ្រប់បញ្ហាទាំងអស់ដែលទំនាក់ទំនងនឹងប្រព័ន្ធសាលារដ្ឋនេះរួមបញ្ចូលទាំងការជ្រើសរើសអគ្គនាយកសាលាដែលបង្កើតគោលនយោបាយសម្រាប់សិស្សានុសិស្សនិងគ្រូជាច្រើនទៀតបញ្ចប់ពីការបោះឆ្នោតបឋមបេក្ខជនដែលអាចទៅកាន់ការបោះឆ្នោតចុងក្រោយមានដូចតទៅសង្កាត់នីមួយៗត្រូវមានបេក្ខជនចំនួន2រូបដើម្បីបន្តទៅវគ្គចុងក្រោយសមាជិកក្រុមប្រឹក្សាជាន់ខ្ពស់ចំនួន8រូបដើម្បីបន្តទៅបោះឆ្នោតចុងក្រោយនៅទីក្រុងលីនមានទីតាំងជាច្រើនដើម្បីបោះឆ្នោតដោយផ្ទាល់ទីតាំងទាំងនេះបើពីម៉ោង7ព្រឹករហូតដល់ម៉ោង8ល្ងាចនៅថ្ងៃបោះឆ្នោតសង្កាត់នីមួយៗមានយ៉ាងហោចណាស់ទីតាំងមួយដើម្បីបោះឆ្នោតជាផ្ទាល់ក៏មានការបោះឆ្នោតជាមុននៅសាលាក្រុងដោយផ្ទាល់នឹងអាចផ្ញើសម្បត្តិតាមសម្បត្តិដែលត្រូវបានអនុញ្ញាតដោយរដ្ឋ Massachusetts ទូរស័ព្ទ LCTV នឹងចែករំលែកព័ត៌មានទាំងនេះ ទុកជាមុនប្រសិនបើអ្នកមិនបានចុះឈ្មោះបោះឆ្នោតឬមិនដឹងទីឋានភាពរបស់អ្នកទេអ្នកអាចចុះឈ្មោះពិនិត្យមើលដោយចូលទៅកាន់គេហទំព័រ linmass.gov ហើយចូលទៅកាន់ផ្នែក Chief of Election ឬទូរស័ព្ទទៅលេខ881 586 6805ប្រសិនបើអ្នកមិនច្បាស់ថាត្រូវទៅទីណាសូមមើលគេហទំព័រ wheredoivote.mass.com ហើយបំពេញត្រួតត្រងបែបបទដើម្បីស្វែងរកដើម្បីទទួលព័ត៌មានថ្មីៗអំពីការបោះឆ្នោតសូមចូលទៅកាន់គេហទំព័រយើងខ្ញុំ lyntv.org/election
Cada 2 años, los votantes de Lynn eligen a los miembros del Consejo de la Ciudad y del Comité Escolar y cada 4 años votan por el alcalde. Lynn está dividido en 7 distritos, cada uno tiene un concejal municipal específico para esa zona. También hay 4 concejales al distrito mayor que son responsables por toda la ciudad. Estos concejales son responsables en ayudar a los residentes de Lynn conectándolos a recursos, servicios, departamentos de la ciudad. Ellos también votan por leyes y el presupuesto de la ciudad y mucho más en las reuniones del consejo. En el comité escolar hay 6 miembros electos que trabajan con el alcalde en todos los asuntos correspondientes al sistema público escolar. Esto incluye escoger al superintendente, crear pólizas para los estudiantes, profesores y mucho más. Después de las elecciones primarias, múltiples candidatos pueden ser eliminados. Solamente 2 candidatos por cada distrito, 8 candidatos para el Consejo Municipal, 12 candidatos para el Comité Escolar y 2 candidatos para el alcalde pueden avanzar a la elección final. En Lynn hay múltiples localidades para votar en persona. Estas localidades están abiertas de 7 de la mañana a 8 de la noche durante el día de las elecciones. Cada distrito tiene al mínimo una localización para que puedan votar en persona. También se permite la votación anticipada en persona y por correo en el estado de Massachusetts. Y Lynn Community Television comparte información sobre estos métodos de forma anticipada. Si usted no está registrado para votar o no conoce su estado actual, usted se puede registrar visitando la página web linma.gov o yendo a la sección de elecciones o llamando al 781-586-6805. Si usted no está seguro dónde debe ir a votar, visite wheredoivote.ma.com y llene el formulario para localizar el lugar. Para estar al día con la cobertura de las elecciones, información del voto y mucho más, por favor visite de forma gratuita la sección de elecciones en nuestra página web linktv.org/election.
You've always protected me.
Thanks, Dad.
Every day of my life.
Hold on there, buddy. Hold on.
I'm older now, but I still need you.
Kids are getting addicted to prescription pain pills.
Can you still protect me?
You can protect them. Kids who talk with their parents about opioids are less likely to misuse them. When you have conversations about drugs and alcohol, make sure you talk about the risks of prescription pain pills too. Find out what you can say.
You're watching Lynn Community Television, Lynn's public and government access station.
Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. This is the Personnel Subcommittee. I'll have the clerk call the roll. We will probably see another counselor or two before we end, but thank you. Ms. Rowe?
Council Lapierre?
Present.
Present. Council Net? Absent. Council Walsh? Absent. Councilor Chakoudas? Absent. Council Staubed?
Present.
Present. Council Field?
Present.
Present.
Thank you. Before we get started, I just want to recognize our Personnel Director, Drew Russo, has joined us, as has our Chief Planner, Aaron Clausen, and we are here to recognize and introduce ourselves to the city's newest public employee, and that is of our Arts and Cultural Planner, Miss Lucretia Thompson. So it's wonderful to have Lucretia with us. She was appointed by the mayor last month, and I'm sure she's off to a very busy start in our city. As you know, this was one of our priorities as a council, creating the planning department, and we are thrilled to see that we have now Aaron with us, and Lauren Drago, and now Lucretia joining this really, what I think is a dynamic group that's going to be doing really great things for our city. So we wanted, with that said, I'm sure if councilors have questions of you, Lucretia, we really wanted to spend a few minutes with you and just getting to know you. We know you came from another state, and maybe you could share with us some of your background and what led you to this position. If you'd like to take the mic, obviously this is televised on our Lynn Community Television for the general public and residents of Lynn. And if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, that'd be terrific. Thank you.
Sure. Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to introduce myself, and thank you all for the very warm welcome. That's all I've been getting since I've been here. Started last week, and you're right, hit the floor running. Lots to do, but lots of really wonderful things going on in the city. I'm from Milwaukee, and have had a wonderful career in art and culture, working for, most notably, our city's destination management organization as the first cultural tourism manager that we had in the state of Wisconsin. And in that role, it was very similar to the arts and culture planner here. It was introducing visitors to Milwaukee and showing off our wonderful, rich cultural and performing arts offerings. Most recently, I've been working in higher education, but really had a desire to get back into the arts and culture. So especially around like community development and civic vitality, and also economic development. So I saw this position and went for it, and thank goodness you guys chose me. Lynn is a beautiful city with so much going on and so many opportunities. I couldn't be happier. And my team, Aaron and Lauren, they've been wonderful. So.
That's terrific. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, too.
Thank you.
And I would be remiss, Lauren is joining us as well, your other colleague, so I missed her in the opening. So welcome. And any questions from fellow councilors? Or?
We won't do that to you. She's too new.
Too new. We're going to let you go. So
all right.
Breaking you in, but we look forward to a really great relationship, a working relationship with this subcommittee on personnel, but the whole council as a whole as well. And I'm sure you'll see a lot of us out and about at different community events that you'll be at. And we look forward to, as I said, a very productive relationship going forward. So thank you for making the time to join us.
Thank you.
And as I said, we look forward to working with you.
All right. Same here. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you. Any other business? Was the only thing on our agenda tonight?
That's it.
All right, motion to adjourn is in order. Made by Council Staubed, seconded by Council Field. All those in favor, aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Motion adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Ways and Means Committee meeting. Madam Clerk, could you please read? Roll call, please. Thank you so much.
Council Net?
Present.
Present. Council Staubed?
Present.
Present. Council Barton?
Present.
Present. Council Chakoudas? Absent. Council Seer? Absent.
Okay, could you please read the transfer?
Okay. To appropriate the following funds, certified $258,853 for the 2022 summer youth works jobs, certified $29,000 for the disbursement and use of COVID-safe cooling strategies funding program, certified $125,000 for the early childhood prevention grant program, certified $208,000 for the Glean K through 5 grant program, Certify $200,000 for the 21st CCLC SALT Grant Program. Certify $123,521 for the Gateway City PAC Summer Grant Program. Certify $147,367 for the Barry Park Infrastructure Grant Program. Certify $38,606 for the proficiency-based outcomes in language other than the English Grant Program. Certify $4,320 for the Teacher Diversity Summer F22 Grant Program. Certify $1,616,962.41 for the Shuttered Venture Operations Grant Program. Certify $100,000 for the 2021 Community Planning Grant Program. Certify $30,000 for the installation of benches and shade trees on the commons for the city elderly to enjoy. Those are all of the appropriations.
Okay.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis, absent. Counsel Seer, absent. We have laid over transfers from July 13th meeting. $900,000 to fund statutory workers' comp fund, $100,000 to fund statutory unemployment benefits funds, $209,500 to fund statutory public safety injured on duty medical expenses fund, $109,500 to fund statutory public safety injured on duty medical expenses fund.
So what's the wish committee?
Motion to approve. Second.
Roll call, please.
Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis absent. Counsel Seer absent. Next, we have order to request the DPW Commissioner to look into the feasibility of installing 3D crosswalks and report back to the City Council.
What's the wish committee?
Motion approved. Second.
Roll call, please.
Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis absent. Counsel Seer absent.
Next, please.
Next is ordered that the city clerk be directed to advertise the meetings of the qualified voters of the city of Lynn to be held in several polling places designated by the warrant for the city preliminary election on Tuesday, September 14th, 2021, and the final election on November 2nd, 2021. Polls will open at 7 a.m. and close at 8 p.m., and all citizens will, in the precinct in which they are entitled to vote, between said hours, give their votes for mayor, councilor at large, ward councilor, and school committee. The polling locations are Ward 1, Precinct 1, Shoemaker School, Ward 1, Precinct 2, 3, and 4, Sisson School, Ward 2, all precincts, St. Pius Lower Church, Ward 3, all precincts, Marshall Middle School, Ward 4, all precincts, Harrington School, Ward 5, all precincts, Lynn Tech Annex, Ward 6, all precincts, Lynn Tech Fieldhouse, and Ward 7, all Reed Junior High.
Motion approved. Second.
Roll call, please, on all wards. Okay.
Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis absent. Counsel Seer absent. And finally, we have
Resolution, yes.
resolution. Resolution that the City of Lynn file and accept grants with and from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs for the Parklands Acquisition for Communities Program for improvements to Barry Park. Whereas Barry Park is a treasured community-wide set asset and the improvement to this recreational area is a city priority, as evidenced by the most recent open space and recreation plan. Whereas Barry Park is dedicated to park and recreation purposes under MGL Chapter 45, Section 14, and Barry Park's ultimate restoration guided in principle by both user and neighborhood requests and/or city's open space and recreation plan will greatly enhance this facility by removing inaccessible and unsafe bleachers that block off access to the park, providing new accessible bleachers, paths, and park entrances and shade trees. The overall cost and fiscal budget constraints prevented the city from proceeding forward with the implementation of this project, whereas the project was viewed as a series of phases to be implemented over time by priority as fiscal resources become available, with the intention of securing grant funding when and if available to assist in this effort, whereas the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs is offering reimbursable grants to cities and towns to support the preservation and restoration of urban parks throughout the Parkland acquisitions and renovations for community grants program. Whereas this phase of the Barry Park Improvements Project will cost a total of $580,000, and the city will appropriate 100% of the total project cost.
God
Now,
bless you.
I got one more.
Okay, good.
Now,
God
therefore,
bless
be
you.
it that the mayor be and is hereby authorized to file and accept grants from the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs. The mayor be and are hereby authorized to take such actions that are necessary to carry out the terms, purposes, and conditions of this grant, to be administered by the Office of Community Development, that this resolution shall take effect upon passage.
So what's the wish committee?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis absent. Counsel Seer absent.
Okay, any new business?
No new business.
What's the wish committee?
Motion to adjourn.
Your second adjourn? All right, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. Motion adjourned.
Utilities.
Anybody else want to join us? Councilor Net?
All set? Yes. Counsel Walsh?
Present.
Present. Counsel Lozey? Absent. Counsel Chakutis absent. Counsel Field?
Present.
Present. Okay, first petition, petition for an existing conduit on State Street and to place a proposed 3x3 manhole over the conduit to provide service to number 1 through 51 State Street.
Anybody here to speak in favor?
Good evening, Dave Llewellyn, Comcast, Woburn, Mass. I'd like to speak in favor of the Comcast petition to install a manhole and conduit system on State Street to provide service to 1 through 51 State Street.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? That part of the hearing is closed. Anybody wishing to speak in opposition? Anybody in opposition? Anybody in opposition? Seeing none, that part of the hearing is closed. What is the wish of the committee?
Motion to approve.
The motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is Extenet Systems, a petition for permission to construct and operate small cell wireless telecommunications in the public way attached to existing utility poles at the following 21 locations.
Let's read them as a whole, and then if there's any that
Okay.
have to be called out afterwards, we can do that.
Okay. Ward 3, 62 Lewis Street. Ward 4, 70 Rogers Ave, 165 Washington Street. Ward 5, Blake Street at 7 Willow Street, Broad Street at 210 Market Street, 145 Broad Street, 3 City Hall Square, 560 Essex Street, Exchange Street at Mount Vernon Street, 33 Johnson Street, 85 Liberty Street, 120 Monroe Street, Tremont Street at 57 Market Street, 170A Union Street, 452 through 548 Union Street. Ward 6, 18B Alley Street, 140 South Common Street, 819 Weston Ave, 836 Weston Ave. Ward 7, 200 O'Callahan Way, Sadler at 275 Walnut Street.
All right, anyone wishing to speak in favor of any of those petitions? Hello?
Good afternoon. Rosanna Ferranti on behalf of Extenet.
Okay. Can you just give us a quick description again? I know you've been here before, just so people know at home what's going on.
Yes, so Extenet is proposing a small cell installation at these locations on the utility pole or a streetlight pole. We have worked with DPW and streetlights to get approval for the design for the streetlight pole locations. And basically, these small cell locations are to help offload current locations all around the city where customers are having problems with using their phones in terms of coverage.
Okay, all right. If you just have a seat for a second, in case anyone has any questions, that'd be great. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Seeing none, that part of the hearing is closed. Is there anybody in opposition to any of these petitions? If you come up to the podium, just state your name and address and...
Hello, my name's John Toohey.
And I'm Linda Toohey from 275 Walnut Street in Lynn.
Okay.
Thanks for the opportunity to share our concerns today.
Yep.
So would like to suggest that maybe another location is identified. You know, we take a lot of pride in maintaining our house, and I think it's going to be unsightly as it is. There's transformers all along the area. I think it would just add to the overall unsightliness of the electrical power and the antennas.
And we feel that perhaps with having that at our location, it could be harmful when we go to sell our property and decrease the value. We're also concerned that once they put in the 4G, that they'll leave room for 5G when that becomes available, And will they notify any of us abutters, or will that just be something that they do? We're also concerned about any radiation. We hear pros and cons on it. I don't think anything is definite. I've heard that the FCC said right now it's okay. But if 5G goes in, and it's only 4.5 feet from our property line, but it is 49 feet from our living quarters. So we are opposed, and we're wondering, I know the 200 O'Callahan Way is in front of the two schools with at least 300 feet apart. We were wondering if, I know it takes a while and they're looking for the best locations, but a block away is Fry Park. And there's telephone poles in the center there that wouldn't be anywhere near 49 feet. It would be at least 100, 150 feet from the nearest house. And no one lives at the school and no one lives at the park 24/7 like we do with our home. And we want to thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, have a seat. What we'll do is we'll ask some of those questions to them, okay? Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, that part of the hearing is closed. Could you come back up for 1 second? Thank you. And maybe just, could you address any of the concerns they have, or if you have any suggestions, or that'd be great. Thank you.
So there are a lot of factors that go into selecting a pole, and so although it may seem as though you can go on any pole, we really can't go on any pole. It's driven primarily from the RF engineering group in terms of where the need is for service. Customers want seamless service. They want to be able to use their phones, and so there's areas called hotspots where they, like I said, the engineers identify as places to locate. The other factor that goes into these locations may be licensing or structural, or there's other things with the poles that are not just engineering driven. So we did look at this area. We initially had identified a different location, but it was on private property, which did not work. And so we did actually work to try to find another location that was best suited. As you know, the FCC regulates us on RF emissions, on interference, on health is not a factor in the consideration. Again, there's regulations that the companies must adhere to in order to be safe. So we can't really address that outside of the FCC regulations that exist for the companies. And we do have an FCC compliance report we can provide to the city, as well as a statement regarding interference for any in-building systems, as well as if there's any issues with noise, we also have that statement. So we're trying to do our due diligence as best as possible for the city and for the residents.
All right, thank you. Thanks for that. Any other?
Can I ask one question while you're up there?
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Field.
Sorry. So when you did look at that specific location, were there other locations that weren't as effective, or just won't work at all?
So this location, although I think, the property line, I believe, I can't remember how many feet, 4.5 feet. However, the structure is 49 feet. And so we're very sensitive to how far the pole is from a structure. And so 49 feet is a pretty good distance from the pole.
Right, but the other locations that could be used, were they not as effective, or they just wouldn't work if it was moved to another location?
Right, so that's why. So what we do is we try to find the best location,
Right.
and we did look at another location which did not work, and so we moved to this location.
Okay, so you looked at one other location?
Yes.
Just so I have it clear. 'cause
Oh,
we
yeah,
have to
no
vote.
problem, no.
You looked at one other location. It wouldn't work, or it wouldn't work as well as
No, it
proposed?
wouldn't, it did not work.
It wouldn't work. Okay.
Typically, the companies don't want to keep moving locations, obviously, so we moved for a reason, because obviously it extends the time frame.
Now, if this location was denied, how does it affect all the other locations that are proposed here?
I would have to defer to my RF engineering team on that. I wouldn't be able to speak to that.
So just a suggestion here, especially with that one, it seems to be some questions I think that you might be able to answer for the people that are here. Maybe this is one of the ones we table, just for a little more information, if you'd be amendable to that, just to try to, so just this way we can get the information that they're asking for. They might, see that and be a little more comfortable with it or not, and I think that's something we could probably do. Does that sound? amend it
No, I
after
think
that?
that's perfectly fair. I think
Okay.
there are two other locations that are also kind of on that tabled
Correct.
route, so we
Correct.
can take that route, it's fine.
All right, thank you, thanks. Any other discussion on any of these? I did speak to Councilor Jacutis. She had asked that Relay Street and Johnson Street be tabled as well, so if someone would like to add the location at Sadler and Walnut Street as a table along with those and make a motion?
I'll make that motion
Make a
to
motion.
table those specific locations and a motion to approve the others.
And we'll make a motion to approve the other ones? Okay.
Correct.
All right, we have a second?
Second.
Do we have to vote on those separately because some of them are tabled?
Okay, so we'll take the ones that, we do the ones that are tabled first, which is going to be Relay Street, Johnson Street, and then Sadler at Walnut. So make a motion to table those.
Motion to table.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so those are tabled. The wish of the committee.
Motion to approve the rest, remaining.
Motion, second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right, thank you.
Motion to approve, motion to adjourn.
No new
We
business.
have other ones, other stuff, so.
I think that's it, right?
They could just trade off business cards so they can get in touch with each other. You could ask them just to trade business cards so they could discuss that. Thank you. Thank you.
Of this couple.
Yeah, they're just gonna get Thank you.
Do we have anything else?
Yeah, what we have some other stuff here?
Nope.
That's it?
Yeah.
We have a motion
Motion to adjourn.
adjourn?
Yep.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you.
All right, licensing committee for 5 PM, or just a couple minutes after that. Roll call, please.
Counsel Field?
Present?
Present. Counsel Hogan?
Present.
Present. Counsel Lozey? Counsel Lozey? Thought he was here. Absent. Counsel Net?
Present.
Present. Counsel Walsh?
Present.
Present. Okay, we have new taxi licenses. We have Adid Arias Frias, 7 Cressy Place, apartment number 2.
Is Mr. Frias here?
Nope.
Nope. What is the wish of committee?
Motion to table.
Motion to table, do we have a second?
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's tabled.
Rosebert M. Sherry, 15R Lyman Street, rear 1.
Is Rosebert here?
Second.
What is the wish of the committee?
Motion to table.
Motion to
Second.
table, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We'll table that. 1, 2.
Okay, we have Windear Gonzalez and Casion, 500 Essex Street, number 49.
Is Winder here? Winder is not here. What is the wish of the committee?
Motion to table.
Second.
All in favor? Opposed? Tabled. Thank you.
We have Zal Perez, 77 Center Ave, apartment number 1.
Is Zal here? What is the wish of the committee?
Not doing too good tonight. Make a motion to table.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
We
Tabled.
have
Thank you.
new livery license for Kelly A. Marrero, 23 Nahant Street, apartment number 3. Kelly?
Is Kelly here? Kelly Marrero. What is the wish of the committee?
Motion to table.
We have a motion to table. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? That motion is tabled. Well, the rest we'll take as a whole if we can.
Nope, we have a
sorry.
new second-hand article license.
Okay.
At 528 Eastern Ave, Macava Technology, Melvin A. Vasquez. Melvin A. Vasquez?
Melvin here?
Nope.
Make a motion to table.
Motion to table?
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That's
Okay,
tabled.
we have 2 new food trucks for the Manning Field Summerfest with vaccinations, DPW, and Tufts Lynn Community Health Center.
We're going to vote on these individually?
Yep, Boston Coffee Rescue, Victor Bravo. For both of them, okay, and Tacos Calado, Cindy Marie Lopez Sanchez.
Okay, if you can come to
Just
the...
speak for both.
Yeah, if you can just state your name and your address, please.
Hi, I'm Saeeda Rahman. My address is 113 Bowler Street.
Thank you, Secretary.
So I have site maps, just so you guys can kind of see where they go.
Excellent. I'll leave that with the clerk.
Yep.
Should I give you guys some more? I don't know.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the Lynn Summer Fest is supposed to be a cultural festival and celebration for the city of Lynn. Our goal was to create a space for the Lynn community to come together and make vaccines readily available. Previous initiatives demonstrate that having vaccines available in a place where someone is already attending increases vaccination likelihood. Our partners are Lynn Community Health Center, Girls Inc., Beyond Walls, Creative Collective, The Wandering Stage, and the Massachusetts Department of Public Health. If you take a look at the site map, our food trucks will be going to the back of the parking lot. It is the orange/reddish triangles. So both of them, Tacos Gaiteco and Boston Coffee Rescue, will both be going to the back. We did get the event approved by the Stadium Commission yesterday. So everything, we shared with them the site map, we shared with them all of the information, and everything is approved. They've also gone through all of the food inspection, and our permit is already paid for, and so is our licenses are also paid for by HT, which is who I work with. We're the third party, who's our clients are Tufts and DPH as well.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. What was the wish of the committee?
One
Do we have any
question,
questions?
just what's the date?
August 14th. I have
Okay.
flyers.
All right, that's great.
Okay.
That's it. I just want
I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion
Second.
to approve. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great job.
Okay, we have renewals.
Take them as a whole if we can. Motion. We have a motion to take them as a whole. Councilor Hogan.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion, take them as a whole.
Thank you. Second. All in favor? Take them as a whole. Yep. Motion.
Motion adjourned.
Oh, hold on.
Oh.
No. Sorry, we have a couple of canning dates too.
Pushing
Wanna read
it, pushing it.
I can read them, yeah. We have four canning. Knights of Columbus, October 9th, 10th, 11th, 2011. What is the wish of the committee on Knights
Motion
of Columbus?
approved.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We have Solomini Charitable Fund, December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
Motion approved.
Motion
Second.
approved. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained on my part. Please. Lynn Public Schools, Steampunk Tigers Robotics Team, September 17th and September 24th, consecutive weekends. What is the wish of the committee?
Motion approved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. And we have Eastland Popwana on August 27th, 28th, and 29th.
Motion
What is the wish of the committee?
What'd you say, Hung?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? We have no other items on our agenda. What is the wish of the committee?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Adjourn. Second, all in favor? Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you, guys.
I'd like to call the Public Property and Parks Committee meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Council Staben?
Present.
Present Council LaPierre?
Present.
Present Council Calucci?
Present.
Present Council Walsh?
Present.
Present Council Field?
Present.
Present.
Great, thank you very much. Sorry for the late start, and we have quite an agenda here before we get on to the full council meeting. First item on the agenda is a request from Deborah Marita to use the front steps of City Hall and the Johnson Street parking lot on September 12th for use in the Guatemalan Parade. Is there somebody here that can speak on this? We have let them use the lot in the past. And we did check, and there are no conflicts with the auditorium that night.
I would entertain a motion to approve on past practice, Mr. Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Council LaPierre. Seconded by Council Calucci. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Okay, number 2 is discussion regarding the proposed easement from the City of Lynn to the Lynn Water and Sewer Commission regarding a proposed easement to facilitate Lynn Water and Sewer's proposed facility at Neptune Boulevard Park, also known as McManus Field. We've discussed this in the past. This is with the land swap at the old Edmonds Field down in the Saugus River. Councilor Walsh.
Yeah, I just had a question. Is this to give them the actual piece of property at McManus Field?
Right, so there's an order that goes along with that.
All right, I'd like to make the motion to approve with a stipulation that any of the irrigation that gets disturbed as they dig down there, or any of the lighting that gets disturbed, that it's replaced back to its original condition or better.
Okay.
All right?
Attorney Lamanna, we could make that a stipulation, correct? Yes. Okay. Does this order need to be read in? Yes. Okay. So the motion that we're looking for is an order stating that ordered that His Honor the Mayor is hereby authorized to execute an Article 97 disposition of certain parkland in the City of Lynn for combined sewer overflow control, a permanent easement, a temporary construction easement, and all necessary documents to effectuate the same.
I'll second that with the stipulations.
Somebody make that motion?
Make the motion.
Motion been made.
Second.
Seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Number 3, redemption of Dearborn Abe's tax foreclosed property. Council Walsh.
Thank you. I spoke with the owner, and they had some difficulty with a sick family member over the last year, and it was difficult with COVID to get some of the proper documents addressed to make sure this is happening. And he assured me, and he's going to be paying the full amount for what he owes, and I'd like to make a motion to allow him for a late redemption.
Second.
Okay, motion been made, seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Okay, next we have the 2 small parcels in the Wyoma Square lot. As you know, this was discussed, particularly for the True Value site a while back. The city's hired assessors to go out and assess the property, and they've come back with 2 options for both sites, one being a 5-year lease and one being a purchase with stipulations. Is Council Lozey here? Council Lozey and I met with the law department a little while ago and discussed this. So what we're going to be looking to do is to authorize the law department and the purchasing department to craft an RFP to go out on both sites, giving both options. One to rent per the assessment, and one to purchase.
Makes it on the motion.
Okay, motion's been made.
Second.
Seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Okay, next, discussion regarding the Thurgood Marshall School Border Street bid opening. I would like to point out that we have 3 representatives of the school committee with us tonight, and this land is under school committee control. John Ford, Donna Capola, Lorraine Gately, welcome. I know that Mr. Ford and Mrs. Capola both received all the copies, as did Ms. Gately, with all the proposals. Did you see them? Okay. Okay. So we had five proposals come in, various closing dates. Some of the proposals met the RFP at being over 55, and some did not. So I'm just going to read the bids. And again, it's all for over 55 housing. First one is Commonwealth Community Developers, bid $1,000. Two Life Communities bid $1.710 million. East Boston Community Development Corp. bid $2.5 million. Benai Barith bid $400,000. Harbor Light Partners bid $750,000. Some of the proposals were using the existing building and rehabbing that structure. I do know that the East Boston group, because I spent a day touring a lot of their facilities in East Boston, have done a remarkable job converting old school buildings into housing, particularly senior housing. I believe Benai Barith also wanted to use the existing building. The others wanted to demolish it and start over. The East Boston group, I think, was the closest to meeting our required closing date at, what was that, 180 days, Attorney Lamanna? Okay. Are there any comments? All the members of the committee were given grading sheets to go over, and believe me when I tell you, there was a lot to go over. So I thank all the members of the committee for their diligence, as well as the members of the school committee that went through it all and graded all the proposed offers. Are there any questions, comments?
And they were the highest bidder, right? The East Boston?
Yes. Yeah.
I'd like a motion to put it out for those folks.
Okay. Would anybody like from the school committee like to weigh in? This is just a committee meeting. This is nothing is accepted because ultimately, whatever we decide, we're going to have to go back before the school committee and seek the authorization to transfer that building back to the city, like we did before it timed out. So it would be much in the same manner as we dealt with it the last time. Right.
One of the requests that I know that the committee made is that it be for elderly housing, only because we have a concern for the number of students. Buildings don't hold what we don't have already, so that was our one concern. We wrote it in the proposal, so we have no other questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Capola. That's a big concern of ours, as well as the council president, who's the ward councilor as well. Mr. Ford.
Now, whatever is decided tonight will be brought to us and explained as to what it entails for us.
Correct. Yep. Council President Seer, would you like to say anything?
I know this has been a long process. It's been going on for over several years. We actually had one other time where we put it out for an RFP, and both bidders that came back, they didn't meet the requirements of the RFP. This time, you can see we've had at least 5 different companies come back with the RFP. I know that there were probably over several different companies that came in and took a look at it. The wish of the neighborhood is to keep this development, senior housing. That's always been the wish of the neighborhood. The zoning was changed for that several years ago, and I know it's just been a long process, and I want to thank everybody who's been working on this. The thing that I like the most is that one of the bidders can take possession of the property very quickly, assume responsibility for it, and close within a reasonable amount of time, where others were looking for a number of months, if not years, to do it. So, again, I want to say thank you, and the neighbors of Ward 3, that area, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. That property has been a blight on that neighborhood since the school closed. The condition of that school was a blight on the neighborhood before the school closed. And it's been a major security issue. There's been a number of fires there, people going in, people stealing copper, and also the sooner we can free ourselves of that property and have it secured by a new purchaser, the better off we will all be. So what's the wish of the committee?
I made a motion for that.
For which one?
The first one, the 2.5.
for the East Boston Community Development Corp.
Second.
Okay, and this motion is to bring it forth to the school committee. Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Council Field.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like you said, we worked diligently over the past weekend when we received all those proposals. They were all for senior housing. All of them looked pretty good. There were certainly a couple that stood out, and East Boston certainly stood out. It's the highest bidder, and not just because it's the highest bidder, but because they were very specific on what they're going to do for our seniors, different programs that are made available, and that's why I support the East Boston as well.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? Roll call, please.
Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Number 6, discussion regarding the senior center. Attorney Lamanna, probably should have had you sit a little closer to the podium. No one is coming up.
I just want to report that this is a priority. This is a priority for the mayor's office, the chief of staff, the health director, council on aging. We are actively looking for temporary locations as well as permanent locations. I hope to have an RFP ready for at least the late September meeting. For the first time, we'll be looking to purchase property as part of that RFP. But this is probably the number 1 priority on everyone's radar moving forward. So I just wanted to keep the council updated on that matter. We'll be having an internal meeting in the next week or 2 as well to discuss this issue.
Great. Thank you, Attorney Lamanna. And I'd just like to add one of the provisions of the RFP that went out on the Marshall site that every person that submitted a bid included was a satellite-type senior center to be possibly staffed by an Element Care, similar to what we've heard is being offered up at the Union site as well. So it would be great if we can have a main senior center and a couple of satellite sites. I think it would be great for our seniors. Number 7, request from DPW to dispose of surplus equipment. There was an attached list. Commissioner Hall is here. Would you like to speak? Oh, there he is.
Nice and close to the microphone.
Hi, folks. Thanks for having me. So what you have before you is a list of 23 lots of equipment that are surplus to our needs, mostly worn-out police cars, a couple of DPW vehicles, a few ISD vehicles, et cetera. And we would like to auction them off. We have an online auction company that we work with. We've worked with them successfully 2 other times, and any questions you have, I'll gladly answer.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Council Lapierre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andy, I imagine we're on a rotating schedule for replacing these that we auction off and get rid of because they're old.
That's correct, yep.
And we're keeping up with that and maintaining. And my question is, how are we doing as we've been designated a green city in terms of long-term strategic vision on what vehicles will be making more green or hybrid as we go along?
So one of the caveats of us becoming a green community was we had to adopt a fuel-efficient vehicle policy. And any vehicles that are, new vehicles that are purchased to replace these vehicles must meet that policy.
Okay. How many new are in the fleet in this budget year, do you recall, or in the last few years?
We've been buying vehicles at a much greater rate than we have in years past. I know DPW is going to get 6 light pickups, and I believe the fire department is in line for 5 administrative type vehicles.
And where are we in terms of the what my colleague, Councilor Field, worked diligently on in terms of the trash? It's not a compactor, but it's like a sidewalk trash, new machinery that's going to hit some of the streets.
Those have been ordered, and we're waiting for delivery.
Okay, and those will meet the criteria too, I imagine.
Yeah, they're exempt because they're kind of special purpose vehicles.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're going to concentrate not just in the downtown, but in all the neighborhoods you envision with those?
Absolutely, yeah. We've got a new employee whose primary role is going to be to keep the Northern Strand bike trail / recreational area free of litter. But
in Boston Street corridor and in and around all those areas that we tend to accumulate litter.
Right.
Okay. And when do you think those will come in?
Not quite sure, but we ordered them probably 4 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you checking on that regularly or haven't?
Yeah, they're out of Canada, actually. And I'm waiting for a response from the vendor, basically.
Is this COVID related because it's international or not?
I'm not sure, to tell you the truth.
If you wouldn't mind giving us a little update maybe next month in our September meeting?
Of course, yeah.
Where you are on those vehicles? Thank
No
you.
problem.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lapierre. So we're looking for a motion
Motion
to
approved.
authorize to
Motion
sell the
approved.
23.
Authorize all the sale, the sale.
Okay, motion been made, seconded. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh? Counsel Walsh absent? Counsel Field?
Yes.
Okay, is there any other business?
Great, thank you very much.
Councilor Field?
New business.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you.
Councilor Field?
Yep. We have a Wright Street, yeah, parcel ID 020-310-024. I'm putting forth a motion to put out to bid and to abutters only for landscaping and parking of 15 Avon Street.
Okay, this is a dormant city-owned property. Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh? Absent. Counsel Field?
Yes.
Okay, no other agenda items, no other new business?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion made, seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Janet?
Counsel Barton?
Present.
Present. Counsel Chakutis? Absent. Counsel Calucci? Present. Counsel Field?
Present.
Present. Counsel Hogan?
Present.
Present. Counsel LaPierre?
Present.
Present. Counsel Lozey?
Present.
Present. Counsel Net?
Present.
Present. Counsel Staben?
Present.
Present. Counsel Walsh?
Present.
Present. Counsel Seer?
Present, all rise for a moment of silence.
Mr. President, the family of my cousin Linda Boveri Prioli and National AFL-CIO President Richard Trumka.
Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Accept the minutes from the July 13th meeting.
Yes, sir.
Motion made.
Second.
Second.
Roll call, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Communications.
We have two communications from His Honor the Mayor. Dear councilors, I am hereby appointing the following members to serve on the Lynn Council on Aging effective immediately. Mr. Philip Alvarado, 50 Linway. His term will expire August 9th, 2027. Ms. Mary Joyner, 20 South Street. Her term will expire August 9th, 2027. Sincerely, Mayor Thomas M. McGee.
What's the wish of the council?
Move it forward.
Second.
Motion made, seconded, discussion, roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Chakutis absent. Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Seer?
Yes. Public hearings.
First public hearing is to amend the zone ordinance regarding Union Hospital, the reuse planning study.
Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor, please come to the podium. Hello, Aaron.
Thank you, Council President, members of the City Council. I'm Aaron Clausen, the Principal Planning Director for the City of Lynn, for the record. Wanted to speak on behalf and support of this proposed zoning amendment. As many of you know, this has been a lot of work to go through and think about how to reutilize and redevelop the Union Hospital. Most recently in 2018, kicking off a reuse study with MAPC in partnership with the Mayor's Office, City Councilor, in particular City Councilor Losey, to identify what are the reuse opportunities for the site and ensure that recommendations for that reuse culminate in a redevelopment of the property that's consistent with the neighborhood. Most recently, that the property owner, Mr. Solomini, and his project team, including Two Life Communities, conducted something like six to 9 months ago, a community meeting to review that redevelopment strategy and present a preliminary design for the site that benefited from, I think, a large participation from the neighborhood and the broader community. And I think it's fair to say was generally received supportive comments on their proposed plan. I've had the opportunity since that time to work closely with a number of different departments and agencies, including the Mayor's Office, LHAND, EDIC, and again, the counselor and the rest of the councils on this board, in kind of developing the proposed amendment that is aligned with the recommendations of that reuse study, is aligned with the objectives of the property owner and the neighborhood. I'd like to just point out too, real briefly that, working closely with Mr. Lamanna in the solicitor's office, Mike Donovan, and Jim Cowdell, to get this language presented to the council that I think threads the needle in carrying out the objectives of the reuse plan while meeting the needs and interests of the neighborhood. And just to briefly kind of reiterate, it's been a little while, but the objectives of that plan were to encourage redevelopment of the property that is sensitive to the surrounding context of the neighborhood, supports new economic opportunities for the reuse of their Union Hospital site, and encourage investment in the neighborhood, create new housing opportunities while limiting impacts on the school system, create new job opportunities to counteract job losses associated with the hospital's consolidation, and encourage uses that would contribute to the city's Lynn tax base. So those were the objectives that were driving the development of this amendment. Specifically, that the findings from that reuse study recommended a land use mix that was primarily around senior affordable housing, or senior housing with an affordability component at the very least, and then on the backside of the property, looking at single-family housing that might be then targeted to, again, seniors, 55 plus. That was the recommendations that came out of the plan, and really the recommendation identified creating 2 sub-districts that could emerge out of the existing medical village overlay district. So that's what's being proposed, that there's an amendment to that overlay district that creates 2 sub-districts. There's the one out front, called the out front on Linfield Street, which would facilitate and allow redevelopment of the hospital property itself for a multifamily senior housing project, primarily with some ancillary uses like a retail and food service to support that housing. It also does continue to allow the medical village uses, which would be typical of what you might see in a medical village, like dental, medical offices, outpatient, that sort of work. And then on the backside, in the MVOD2, the second sub-district, allow for a smaller cluster-type development that would include up to 26 single-family residential units. Again, trying to address that concern around impacts on the school system. It's targeted to seniors or 55-plus housing restricted for those units. So that's the objective. I think we put together the kind of land use requirements, the dimensional requirements that will facilitate that, will support the proposed development on the site, and respectfully request that the council approve the proposed amendment. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them throughout this evening. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Thank you. Us short people need all the help we can get. Good evening. My name is Kathy Paul. I am the proud president of the North Shore chapter of Mass Senior Action Council and a member of the New Lynn Coalition. As a Lynn senior and as an advocate for equity, I ask you to vote in favor of the zoning ordinance change and to support the plan by the True Life developer. A 2019 report by UMass Gerontology proved what we seniors already know. 6 in 10 Massachusetts seniors do not have the income to meet basic needs. Did you know Massachusetts ranks 50th for senior income for security? Remember, there are only 50 states. We are at the bottom of the barrel. Lynn, like most cities in the Commonwealth, rolled out the red carpet for market rate apartment development, adding units none of us or our children will be able to afford. Rental units instead of homes could invest in while adding to our traffic congestion and the sewer system, which is not able to keep up and poisons our beaches. Now, wait until all those additional toilets start flushing. The Two Life plan is different. Two Life will be the first of its kind in the city. The building will be staffed with someone 24 hours a day. The building will be staffed, yeah, I already read that. Activities and health support will be for everyone. The neighborhood will enjoy the outside space and the classes offered inside. This is what seniors need, and this is definitely what Lynn needs. We ask you to support Two Life and give Lynn a much-needed win. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
Hi, my name is Barbara Mann. I live at 130 Eastern Avenue in Lynn. I'm in favor of the Two Life plan also. There will be 150 units, and right now there's over 6,000 seniors that are waiting for housing in Lynn. So we need whatever help we can get. This will have no impact on the schools. It'll have limited impact on the traffic and less even than when it was a hospital. It brings quality, it brings quality senior housing, which is really needed in Lynn. And it's also self-contained with the Element Care and the PACE program. Those are very important, especially for any senior activity. So I hope that you will vote in favor of it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
I'm another Kathy, and I'm going to bat cleanup behind these two wonderful ladies. My name is Kathy Lowry. I live at St. Mary's on 30 Pleasant Street in Lynn, and I'm going to speak for all the people on the waiting list who can't speak for themselves. Most of them are my age or a little bit younger. I'm 73 years old. I live at the bottom of the Social Security amount. I make $367 a month Social Security. I get food stamps and Medicaid. And the realistic thing is, without the supported housing, I would not be able to have an apartment. I would be out on my ear. And like a lot of people that are insecure in their housing, they are on people's couches and with family, crammed in with people who are doing their best to put up with them. And it's not safe, it's insecure, it's not healthy. And if there are some things that Lynn can do to ease the burden, even a little bit, 150 units is just a drop in the bucket if there are 6,000 seniors waiting. But it's something, and we can build on that little by little over the years. These people deserve a home that is safe and healthy and affordable on their income. None of us thought when we were working hard all of our lives that we would ever live in an economic situation that we're in right now, where rents are thousands of dollars a month. And that doesn't even include utilities and heat and food. Please search your conscience and your heart and do the right thing and the common sense thing and make Lynn a beautiful place to live for all people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy.
Hi, just so we get as many Kathys as possible. I'm Kathy Burns. I'm the CEO at Greater Lynn Senior Services. also a board member of Element Care, but I did briefly, I won't do as well as the others, but wanted to show our support for this motion and for this project. More affordable housing for elders, as the other Kathy so eloquently said, is absolutely always what we need in Lynn and all cities. And in addition, Element Care provides care to such a broad range of folks and allows allows them to stay in their homes for much longer than they normally get to, and that's a beautiful thing too. And Two Life has a strong reputation of providing excellent elder-centered care as well. So this project is all good in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Mr. Council President, members of the City Council, Stephen Smith speaking on behalf of the Solomini Charitable Corporation and its principal, David J. Solomini Jr., who is present here this evening. After the city received notice of North Shore Medical Center's intent to consolidate its services in the Salem campus, the city engaged the services of the MAPC, a regional planning organization, to develop some recommendations as to how the Union Hospital property could be reused. They went through a public process that consisted of a series of meetings, primarily of abutters, neighbors to the Union Hospital site, where they got ideas as to what people would prefer to see in terms of the reuse of the site. They molded those ideas into alternatives of what those preferred uses might be, and then they compiled a report that made recommendations on how to implement those alternatives. Essentially, the recommendation of the report is to implement zoning changes that will allow for the reuse of the site, the front portion of the site, the Union Hospital property site, for senior multifamily housing, in the rear portion of the property for age-restricted, detached single-family homes. And so we've been working as a group, and that group included, fortunately, Ward Councilor Wayne Losey, Aaron Clausen, who's already spoken, Michael Donovan from the Inspectional Services, Jim Lamana from the Law Office, Mr. Gator from L Hand, Mr. Caldell from the EDIC, to develop this 13-page document that you see tonight. And if you could just indulge me, I'd just like to quickly go through some of the portions of that, which I think are important for the City Council to be aware of before they take any consideration on supporting this amendment. This is just a blow-up of what I think you all see is the area involved. This is Linfield Street, Union Hospital property, the rear, the parking lot portion of the property. What's suggested in terms of zoning for the front property, the MVD1 overlay, is to allow for the development at a rate of 28 units per acre. It's about a 5.5 acre site, which means the maximum allowable development would be for 150 units. That's it. Any further development would require the city approval, absolutely, through this Lynn City Council. It provides for density controls, not only dimensional controls, not only to control the density, but to provide some open space and protection of neighborhoods by way of setback. And so if you look along the closest neighbors to the Solomini property, which is the northern portion of the site, where the homes, the backyards of the homes on Dartmouth Street abut the property, there's going to be a minimum of 35-foot setback, essentially the setback of the closest portion of Union Hospital. That's going to be maintained. There's an open space requirement of 25% to maximize open space, to control density and the quality of the site itself. Building coverage, maximum at 40%. Again, maximizing open space at 60% of the way that it's calculated, a floor to area ratio of 1.25. And those are terms that for the first time are also going to be defined in the zone ordinance, and that's contained on the last pages of the proposed amendments. But all of those are intended to fulfill one of the objectives of the plan and study, which was to protect neighborhoods. The zone amendment require the senior housing multifamily be restricted to those of 62 years or older. And so if an objective is to provide quality senior housing, the terms of this amendment would provide for that. There's 15% affordable, a minimum of 15% affordable units in any amount of senior housing multifamily that's developed on the property. It's unique. There's an opportunity for limited retail and food service within the site, not just to serve the residents of this senior housing community, but also to be available and hopefully to draw in members of the surrounding neighborhood to be part of that community. It's not to compete with other businesses, but just to complement what they do for people in the facility and joining the facility. The second portion that the zoning amendment deals with is the MVD2 site, the parking lot site. And that's where the recommendation was for age-restricted, detached, single-family homes. Age-restricted in that area is being defined as people, one owner who would be at least 55 years or older. Density control, there will be one unit allowed for each 15,500 square feet of area. It's about a 9.5 acre site. The maximum build-out would be 26 single-family homes. There's a 50% open space, dedicated open space. What's being proposed is the development would be in a cluster-style development. If those of you are familiar with a village at Nels Pond, which is located a little to the northwest, about a quarter of a mile away, that's a 10-acre parcel with 30 units on it. There's a significant amount of dedicated open space. This actually is going to have more than that. There's a 20-foot buffer between any adjoining residential properties. And so there's a 20-foot buffer of undisturbed areas in addition to rear yard setback for each development to protect the privacy and the natural characteristics of the site as it reflects on abutters. Those are the parameters that are included in the proposed amendments themselves. If this goes forward, the city's not done with seeing what might be proposed. It also creates a project review process to administer to the planning board, where any development on either one of those overlay districts will be resubmitted to the city through the planning board, through a defined review process with input for various city agencies and departments, so they could express what their interests, concerns are, and mold that development before any building permits are issued. There's been reference to partners. We have potential partners to get these projects off the ground more sooner than later. We don't want to see the site as it exists now or soon to be exist as a vacant site to be undeveloped. And so reference is made to 2 Life. There's representatives here tonight who can speak if necessary, but those who know 2 Life is an agency that's been in existence for more than 50 years. They administer quality senior housing units in the amount of 1,300 units or more throughout 4 communities in the state of Massachusetts. They have a history of success in providing for senior community housing. Reference is made to Element Care, formerly referred to as PACE. There's a portion of the site, one of the newer structures on the site, the front site, located right about here, mostly accessible off of Woodland North. This referred to as the South Building. If we go forward, we're optimistic Element Care would occupy that property to provide for senior health care services they do right now throughout the city of Lynn, not just to residents of either one of these parcels, but also to other seniors in that neighborhood. The rear portion, the MVD2 portion, as it stands right now, we're anticipating that Mr. Solomini, who has an extensive track record, a successful track record of residential development in the city of Lynn, would also be the person responsible for the development of that area for the single-family detached homes. That's an overview, or maybe a little bit more than an overview, of what's before you, and I would gladly answer any questions that members of the City Council have right now or throughout the course of tonight's hearing.
Thank you, Attorney Smith.
Thank
If
you.
the council has any questions, we'll ask you after the hearing. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Dave Solomini, Jr. I own the Union Hospital site through Solomini Charitable Corp. When the hospital went out to bid, I bid on the hospital really as a community project. As many of you know, our family has supported the hospital over the years in a very strong way. And the reason why we bid on the hospital was to return it to the community as a community resource. So I'm here to ask for your support of these zoning amendments. I'd like to thank all of the public officials that over the last year have participated in creating the document that's before you. And I'm here to answer any questions that you might have. So thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Justin Anschwitz, 451 Eastern Ave. I'm a representative of the Carpenters Union. And 2 Life Communities and Soul Meeting Family came as a community meeting back in November. And while they were talking about this great space that they were going to provide for our seniors, that they absolutely deserve it, an issue was brought up about construction, not only what was being built, but how it was going to be built. And the way they addressed it was with an absolute commitment to holding up community standards, which is something that we absolutely need in the city. The city has taken strong stances against wage theft and safety violations, and they said with no uncertain terms that they are absolutely committed to partnering with contractors that will do that, not only so that our seniors can live in a place with dignity, but also the people who build the building will also have dignity, and I would love to see this supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Please state your name, your occupation, where you live. Date of birth.
My name is Jim Cowdell. I am the Executive Director of EDIC, wearing two hats tonight. One is the Executive Director of EDIC, but also as a resident of Lynn. And in this case, an abutter to the rear property. My family and I live on Mary Ellen Drive. So I'm wearing two hats. I want to thank Councilor Lozey for his leadership in this issue. When the hospital closed, it was Councilor Lozey who made partners come up with some money so that we could hire a consultant. So EDIC then, on behalf of the city, hired the consultant, MAPC, which held several meetings. And the stakeholders were invited to those meetings. And I think really what Attorney Smith said, I would just echo very briefly, which is what came out of that was that rear parking lot, which my street abuts off of Woodland, is a huge parking lot. Every day I'm down there walking my dog if the gate's open. And it's a huge parking lot. And it's surrounded by single-family homes. And what the residents said was what gets developed there should conform with the rest of that neighborhood. And I believe that the proposal that's before the body tonight, which is the rezoning, which will allow 26 single-family homes, does that. It conforms with what is around that area. And the other concern that the neighbors had is the impact to the schools. So if you're putting in homes there, how does that impact the schools? And the proposal tonight is for those homes to be 55 and older. So I think that the residents' concerns will be met. I think that the impact to the schools will be minimal. And then the main campus. And, that was, during these meetings, there was a lot of discussion about what could go there, what should go there. And really what came out of that, and Attorney Smith said it, was something for the seniors, desperately needed, right, which is housing. So tonight, what's before you is rezoning, which will lead to 150 affordable units for seniors. I think that that's awesome. We strongly support it, and I hope that your body looks favorably upon this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim.
Good evening. Council President and City Council, thanks for having this public hearing. I'm really just going to reiterate probably what everyone else has said, but just in a nutshell, the process, the beginning, the planning process led by the councilor from Ward 1 was a lot of pushback, back and forth, disagreements, and I think he came out, and the city has come out with, certainly the law office and Aaron and everyone else, and of course the developer, Dave Solomini, with a really good plan, a strong plan. Number two is Two Life. I've had the pleasure to work with this organization, mainly with people within the organization, and I can tell you, they were involved with DHCD up in the state for many years, and their services to tenants, they created so many new programs for housing authorities to meet the needs of our residents, and at times it's missing now, but these folks did a great job. I have all the faith in the world that this will continue. But most importantly, just checking today, our waiting list for senior housing, both state and federal, and someone hit the nail on the head, said 6,000. As of I left work today, it was 5,874 people on the waiting list. These are our people. These people are from Lynn, the vast majority. They have preference. And I think that's another thing with this New Life. We are going to be allowed, Wayne, and I forget what number we're finally able to agree on that the state would approve, but I believe at least a minimum of 70% Lynn residents would have preference there. So that's huge. But, when I talk about that, our waiting list, those are the numbers. When you're talking about close to 600 to 700 units that we have, the turnover is not great. So people are signing up and putting their name on that might never get housing, which is sad. So this is a major step in the right direction. I had the opportunity to sit here prior to that on the public property meeting, and it looks like there's going to be even additional units. So, you know, these are major steps to create some affordable senior housing, and I really hope everyone votes in favor, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Charlie.
I am David J. Solomini Sr., a lifelong resident of the city of Lynn. I live at 56 Belmont Avenue up in Nantigoat Hill in West Lynn. And I thought I might end my days on the hill I was born at. But, you know, as we get older, I'll be 86 this month, and my wife is 88, and I think we qualify for senior citizens, okay? But we figured we might end our days up there on the hill. But as time goes on, the house is bigger. You know, we're looking forward to someday maybe being applied for housing that you're considering tonight. We don't want to go to Brooksea Village. We want to finish our days right here in the city of Lynn, where we were born, raised our family, and we continue. So please consider favorably this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone else? Seeing none, that part of the hearing is closed. Do any of the councilors have any questions for Attorney Smith? I haven't.
Well, the public hearing's still open for...
Yes.
Could
Anyone who wishes to
at the
speak
end of that,
in
I'd like to have
opposition,
some
so.
comments at the end of that.
So I'm just asking if anybody has a question for the attorney. Seeing none, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, that part of the hearing is closed. Councilor Field, do you have something you want to say, or?
No, I have to be careful of what I say, obviously. As a counselor, it was important and impressive to participate and attend the MAPC meetings with my colleague, Councilor Lozzi, and many of my other colleagues on the city council. I appreciate hearing from many of you here in the audience tonight, in the council chamber, and many throughout the city that reached out to myself and our colleagues. Unfortunately, due to conflict of interest laws, I cannot take a vote on this because I'm employed by the property owners, but I do appreciate all the calls that everyone has reached out to me and my colleagues, and we all certainly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Field. What's the wish of the council? Councilor Lozzi.
Before I make that motion, Council President, I just want to reiterate some of the things that have been said, that going back to the original meetings with Metropolitan Area Planning Council, it was made known what the public would like to see with the reuse of Union Hospital, along with the recognition that there would be something residential in the rear. And this plan, I have to say, has come out. It's been a great end result. There are still some fine tuning that needs to be done, and I'm going to make a motion, but before I do, I would also like to ask a few questions of Attorney Smith. But to finish up, just reiterating what we heard tonight, I think this is a great thing. Lynn needs it. It's going to be a wonderful thing. However, we still have, for the neighbors, some questions regarding construction and what the zoning, what is it going to mean? And I think a few of the questions I've heard from the neighbors would be the ongoing construction. Is there some way that we could have some kind of a separation between the backyards of the property? And this, Attorney Smith, is there something that could be addressed for that?
Are we referring to the ongoing demolition or deconstruction,
No.
or the construction going forward?
The construction going forward.
It's difficult for me to answer that question because I don't know exactly if there's a developer of the site, who it might be. A lot of that depends on whether these zoning amendments go forward and when they go forward. If we're successful this evening, and Two Life continues to partners with going forward, we have every reason to believe that they will, then it would be a matter of sitting down with them and discussing what we need to do in terms of staging and neighborhood protection. But I think their track record is they're certainly open to that.
And we don't have a final plan for the design as of yet. Is there any timelines as to when that final design would come forth, and would it require any additional steps?
I'm going to answer that to the extent that I can, and then I'm going to defer to someone who might be able to be a little more specific, given some general assumptions. There is no specific plan for either parcel right now. What we have are some zoning parameters, and to bring some life, to take some of those out of the abstract, we've done some conceptual plans, not just for the front property, but also the rear property, to show that if these terms like gross floor area, building coverage, lot coverage were implemented, setbacks, what would it look like? And we've looked at some of those conceptual plans, and we've kind of developed them and changed them as those dimensional parameters changed. And so there is no final plan. When there is a final plan, before a building permit can be issued, there's going to be a project review process that I referred to earlier that's going to allow the city to see exactly what's being proposed and to react to that and suggest what changes might be in everybody's best interest going forward, both from the development side and from the city side. As far as the timeline, I would defer to Mr. Solomini or anybody from that group who might feel a little more comfortable in answering that.
Aaron, is that a question you could answer as far as, is there any administrative review beyond this as to what will happen? In other words, if they come forth with a plan, is it just start breaking ground? Do they just file with the building department and go to work?
Yeah.
Is there anything that, any type of additional, just to look at what they're doing?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I appreciate the question. So there has been a project review process that was created with this ordinance amendment. As we're calling it the project plan approval process through the planning board. And it's essentially a site plan review process. It gets into the site planning, site development, and construction elements, then sort of those details that you're talking about. And you can get into things like construction mitigation. How do you deal with construction activities? How do you ensure that you mitigate impacts on neighbors, but also things around environmental impacts like stormwater controls and that sort of thing. At this stage in the game, as Attorney Smith indicated, really a lot of the plans that are submitted for the departments, the council at this stage, are really conceptual plans. They're not designed to the point of actual construction. So the next step, once this amendment presumably gets passed, if it does, the project proponents would come back to the planning board in both cases, whether it's under MVD 1 or 2, and submit a package that would be reviewed under both the dimensional and development regulations that are set out in this amendment. So, short answer is there is a process developed that would be carried out in a public meeting.
Okay, that answers that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, Council?
No, Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to approve the proposed amendment to the zoning for this site.
Second.
Motion's been made, seconded. Before we have a discussion, is there a letter from the planning department?
A letter from the planning board who held a meeting regarding the proposed amendment and unanimously voted to approve.
Discussion? Any councilors? Councilor Staben.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to say, thank you to Councilor Lozzi, Mr. Solomini, Two Life, and everyone who put so much work into this. I think that hopefully the vote that comes down tonight, as well as the vote that went through public property earlier regarding the Marshall site, makes it a pretty good day for seniors in Lynn. As we all know, and it's been said tonight, many of our seniors wait on waiting lists for years to get into affordable housing, and this is a way to responsibly address affordable housing in Lynn without negatively impacting schools, which, as we all know, are some of the most overcrowded and antiquated in the Commonwealth. So I think that this is a great night for seniors, as well as the project in the back, as it'll afford residents such as myself with grown kids now, left with big houses, looking to live on, single level housing, and you kind of wind things down, will make our homes available to first-time home buyers, people looking to move up, and just add available inventory for single-family homes and to invite more home ownership in the city of Lynn. So I think this is a great win all around for our seniors and the residents of Lynn. So once again, Councilor Lozzi, Mr. Solomini, and those at Two Life, thank you for all your work into this.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Councilor LaPierre.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't want to do speeches and all this because I really applaud all the efforts, as I echo Council Starbutt and Wood Council Lozzi. But I do want to say that this is a no-brainer, and we go back to, obviously, this council and our Lynn Community 2013, when Union Hospital and Partners, were contemplating staying open or not, and we know that answer. And I think this is one of the best things that could have come out of that, short of having a full-service hospital. And we all wanted a full-service hospital for our large community. Councilor Nett and I toured this property with Mr. Solomini several months back. And again, the use of it is a proper use. You've heard a lot of talk about housing tonight, and our Lynn residents who want to be born here and reside here, raise their family here, and ultimately pass away in our city that we all love. We know there's shortages. We know this is a very important, one of our top issues, I think, in the city is affordability and housing, and the housing market itself. And I was very happy to hear Justin's comments from the Carpenters Union that these will be built safely and efficiently, and with everything in mind of putting folks to work in Lynn, so Lynn residents can work, play, and reside and in the city that we all love. So I look at, it's generational, this audience, as well, as we're having one of the first times we've had a live audience since COVID, and I see long-term Linners, lifelong Linners, and I see a new generation as well. And I'm very hopeful tonight that this is the beginning of our city moving forward with this council's leadership, of course, partnering up with the mayor, but a lot of I commend Councilor Lozzi for really starting out the Knights of Columbus with MAPC and how the Planning Council Regional Planning Committee getting that grant and having partners step up to the plate, because that was not going to happen, and that was the beginning, the little sort of engine that sparked what we're about to embark on. So I really commend all the players involved. Thank you.
Any other councilors? So real quickly, I just want to say that, as Barbara was saying earlier, she lives at 130 Eastern Ave. I use that as an example all the time. There's over a 5-year waiting list to get into that building. And by doing what the Public Properties Committee did tonight, and if you approve this, that will add 300 units for affordable housing for seniors in the city. It will also add 2 satellite senior centers with a lot of other services that all seniors in our city can use, not just people in need of housing. Both companies that have in front of us tonight are well represented in their communities that they're coming from. East Boston, many of you have toured some of their buildings in East Boston and Quincy and Winthrop and in Boston itself. So these are very reputable businesses that are coming here for services for our seniors. Roll call.
Council Barton.
As a senior citizen, yes.
Yes. Yes. Council Chakoudas absent. Council Calucci.
Me too, yes.
Yes. Council Field.
Abstain?
Abstain. Council Hogan.
Yes.
Yes. Council LaPierre.
Enthusiastically, yes.
Yes. Council Lozzi.
Yes.
Yes. Council Net.
Yes.
Yes. Council Starboard.
As an over 55, but not quite a senior citizen, yes.
Yes. Counsel Walsh.
As a youngin', yes.
Counsel Seer.
Yes, I just want to also add that Councilor Jacutis could not be here. She really wanted to. Unfortunately, she could not be here tonight. Next public hearing.
Next public hearing is to allow input to the city's 5-year consolidated plan and the FY21/22 annual action plan.
Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Seeing none, that part of the hearing is closed. Anyone in opposition? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, that part of the hearing is closed.
I think he's coming.
What is the
President.
the wish of the
I
council?
think we have a speaker coming.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you in favor or are you opposed?
Damon's opposing.
Good night.
Good evening. My name is Damon Harrison. I'm a lifelong Lynn resident who has lived in downtown Lynn at 7 Liberty Square. My name is Damon Harrison. I'm a lifelong Lynn resident who has lived in downtown Lynn at 7 Liberty Square for over 30 years. First of all, I want to make it perfectly clear that I support the Lynn CDBG consolidated plan process. Who wouldn't? It includes over $17 million in the form of block grant, home, and ESG funds committed to Lynn over the next 5 years. These much-needed monies are granted to this city to support housing and economic initiatives that benefit low-income and moderate-income earner residents of Lynn. I stand here before you tonight because I personally oppose the view that Lynn's governing bodies, CD, EDIC, and yes, this city council are doing their very best for the well-being of low-income residents of Lynn. Absolutely more can be done. Allow me to cite an example of my utter frustration and grave concern that our Lynn City leadership is overtly displacing low-income residents and families of Lynn. As previously stated, I live in downtown Lynn. I love my neighborhood. The cultural diversity is heartwarming. People of all races walk throughout my sidewalks each and every day. They bring with them music, food, and ethnic uniqueness that makes Lynn a wonderfully dynamic city. However, I woke up 3 years ago to witness what would become the beginning phase of my slow but imminent eviction process from the neighborhood I call home. The city planners have approved and granted construction of many huge monstrosity market rate apartment buildings. These nearly 1,000 units increase density, destroy green spaces, and more importantly, displace local residents. The average monthly rent for these apartments is $1,700 to $2,000 for a single bedroom. I believe the city planners have concocted a strategic marketing plan to lure out-of-town, overpriced Boston residents into Lynn. So be it. And yes, in the long run, this will benefit Lynn. However, I believe the city planners also have a moral obligation to maintain affordable housing units for hard-working, low-income residents who want to still call this city their home. City council members, I implore you to reach out and connect with local housing advocacy groups and concerned Lynn residents to begin a real dialogue for creation of affordable housing. In closing, I say to you, You have before you very viable ways to do so. The CDBG Consolidated Plan Funds and the Housing Lynn Plan, collectively used together, can provide concrete initiatives to preserve safe, clean, affordable housing for Lynn residents for decades to come. I thank you, and we look forward to working with you to achieve our mutual goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none. Do we have any letters?
We have a letter from James Marsh, the Community Development Director. Dear Honorable City Council, I write in support of 2 documents that are currently pending before your honor body: our annual action plan and our 5-year consolidated plan. These plans are required by the federal government for the City of Lynn through my office to receive annual community development block grant funding, home grant funding, and emergency solutions grant funding. My department has undertaken a comprehensive process in accordance with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, these guidelines to prepare the city's 5-year consolidated plan / fiscal year 2021 annual action plan and its fiscal year 2022 annual action plan. As required by HUD, the 5-year consolidated plan provides an analysis of the community's needs and priorities related to housing, community development, economic development, public services, and infrastructure. The plan was prepared with input from Lynn residents, businesses, nonprofit organizations, and other stakeholders. Information from over 30 community plans and studies was also reviewed to inform the development of this plan. The full extent of the public participation process and relevant plans and studies is provided in the plan. The annual action plan provides a description of the activities that the city will fund with 3 HUD entitlement grants: Community Development Block Grant, $4,902,908, Home Grant, $1,859,564, and the Emergency Solutions Grant, $428,988. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these inputs on the plans. Should you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me. Regards, James M. Marsh.
It's the wish of the council.
Motion approved. Second.
Motion made, seconded. Discussion. Roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis absent. Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Seer?
Yes. Next public hearing.
Next public hearing is a petition of Joseph Masucci to allow food trucks at the Bowser Complex on 90 O'Callahan Way for the Vanessa Masucci softball tournament on August 14th, 2021.
Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor?
I'll be quick. We're having a fundraiser for a scholarship in memory of my sister, and we just want to have a food truck. It's going to be a long day for people. So it'll be there from 11 to 3 o'clock. Wanderlust Global Food Truck.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Seeing none, that part of the hearing is closed. Anyone in opposition? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? That part of the hearing is closed. Councilor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make a motion to approve. I just want to make sure that any trash that's accumulated by the food truck is removed by the petitioners.
So you're making a motion to approve with the stipulation that all trash be picked up at the end of the event?
Correct.
Right? You agree to that? Okay.
Second.
Motion made, seconded, discussion. Councilor Field.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've attended this event in past years with other colleagues of mine. It's a well-run event, and I think it's important that we support it.
Thank you. Councilor LaPierre.
I would also, just to echo that sentiment, and Vanessa Masucci was a wonderful Lynn educator in our school system, and the event is well-run and benefits scholarships of Lynn students, and we thank the Masucci family for everything they've done the last few years.
Thank you, Councilor. Anyone else? Roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis absent. Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Seer?
Yes. Next public hearing.
Petition of Lynn Teachers Union and the City of Lynn to allow food trucks at the Lynn Vocational Technical Institute parking lot, McManus Field, sponsoring a welcome back to school event, vaccination clinic on August 30th, 2021.
Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor?
Good evening, council members and presidents here. I am Sheila O'Neill, Lynn Teachers Union President and resident at 200 Locust Street. We are doing a collaborative event with the Lynn City and the Lynn Public Schools and the Teachers Union for Welcome Back to School 2021. Very encompassing with many different bodies, North Shore Medical Center, Lynn Community Health Center, Family Engagement Center, also working together, and just like they have the license for food trucks if they want to be there. We are not earning any money from them or making any funds from them. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Seeing none, that part of the hearing is closed. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, that part of the hearing is closed. What is the wish of the council? Councilor Hogan.
Yes, same thing, just before we make a motion to approve, same stipulation with the trash cleanup from the food trucks. And I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion is made with a stipulation that all trash be picked up at the end of the event. Seconded. Discussion. Roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis absent. Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Seer?
Yes.
We have the petition of Elrod Tekchenko to transfer a Class II auto dealer license from 136 Cottage Street to 64 Bennett Street as Radico Motors Group LLC, a used vehicle sales company via virtual experiences. Hours of Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Seeing none, that part of the hearing is closed. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, that part of the hearing is closed. What's the wish of the council? Councilor Hogan.
Before I make a motion to approve, I'd like to do the same thing we have done on other virtual experience vehicle sales, put those stipulations on it, and I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made with the stipulations, seconded. Discussion. Roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis absent. Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Seer?
Yes. Next public hearing.
Petition of Theodore Contos, 30 Reservoir Road, Danvers, for an apartment house use with 12 units total. 2 of those will be elderly restricted at 56-58 Ocean Street.
Councilor Barton.
Mr. President, motion to continue to the next meeting.
Second.
Motion made, seconded, discussion. Roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis absent. Counsel Calucci? Yes. Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Seer?
Yes. Public hearings to be set down.
We have the petition of Good Chemistry for a sign permit at 696 Western Ave. Petition of Mass General Brigham for a sign permit at 480 Linfield Street. Petition of Roosabelle Ruse, owner of Tipico Centro Americano, for permission to add a wine and malt license at an existing restaurant at 68 Market Square. Petition of Crown Castle for underground conduit placement at 8 Silsby Street. Petition of K&K Development Corp. for 181 residential units with shortage of first-floor commercial space.
What's the wish of the council?
Let him down.
Motion made,
Second.
seconded.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The last item, it's not on my updated agenda. What was it again?
The petition of Theodore Contos, is that the one?
If a petitioner can come in before
Oh, I'm
4
sorry.
o'clock,
Yes, K&K Development, it came in this morning.
so if a petitioner can come in before 4 o'clock to ask for a public hearing for a city council meeting, it can be put on the agenda. Only to have it put on the agenda as a public hearing,
Down for.
to be set down, correct.
Yeah, I didn't see it on here.
Yeah, it wasn't put on there because it came in
Okay, thank you.
after this agenda was made today. So the motion is made, seconded, discussion, roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Chakutis absent, Counsel Calucci? Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Seer?
Yes. Committee reports. Personnel Committee, Councilor LaPierre.
Thank you, Mr. President. We just had an informational meeting in the Personnel Subcommittee. We were introduced to our new Arts and Cultural Planner, Lucretia Thompson. No votes were cast.
No votes were cast, so we don't have to accept any.
For the file.
Accept it for the file.
Accept it for the file, motion made, seconded.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. The ayes have it. Ways and Means, Councilor Staben.
Counsel Net.
Huh?
Counsel Net.
Oh, Ways and Means, I'm sorry, I was thinking public properties.
Okay,
Ways and Means, Councilor Net.
thank you, Mr. President. All unanimous voted by the committee to approve. I make a motion to accept. Thank you.
Second. Motion made, seconded. Did you read all the transfers?
Certified $258,853 for the 2022 Summer Youth Works Jobs. Certified $29,000 for the disbursement and use of COVID-safe cooling strategies funding program. Certified $125,000 for the Early Childhood Prevention Grant. Certified $208,000 for the Glean K through 5 grant program. Certified $200,000 for the 21st CCLC SALT grant program. Certified $123,521 for the Gateway City PAC summer grant program. Certified $147,367 for the Barry Park Infrastructure Grant Program. Certified $38,606 for the Proficiency-Based Outcomes in Languages Other Than English Grant Program. Certified $4,320 for the Teacher Diversity Summer FY22 Grant Program. Certified $1,616,962.41 for the Shuttered Venue Operations Grant Program. Certified $100,000 for the 2021 Community Planning Grant Program. Certified $30,000 for the installation of benches and shade trees on the commons for the city's elderly to enjoy. The following are laid over transfers from July 13th meeting. $900,000 to fund the statutory workman's comp fund, $100,000 to fund statutory unemployment benefits fund, $209,500 to fund the statutory public safety injured on duty medical expense fund, $109,500 to fund the statutory public safety injured on duty medical expense fund. Next, we have an order to request the DPW Commissioner to look into feasibility of installing 3D crosswalks and report back to the City Council. Order that the City Clerk be directed to advertise the meetings for the qualified voters of the City of Lynn, which will be held in several polling places designated by the warrant for the city preliminary election on Tuesday, September 14th, and the final election on November 2nd. Polls will be open at 7 a.m. and close at 8 p.m. All citizens will, in the precincts in which they are entitled to vote between said hours, give their votes for mayor, councilor at large, ward councilor, and school committee. The polling locations are Ward 1, Precinct 1, Shoemaker School, Ward 1, Precinct 2, 3, and 4, Sisson School, Ward 2, all precincts, St. Pius Lower Church Hall, Ward 3, all precincts, Marshall Middle School, Ward 4, all precincts, Harrington School, Ward 5, all precincts, Lynn Tech Annex, Ward 6, all precincts, Lynn Tech Fieldhouse, Ward 7, all precincts, Breed Junior High. The final is a resolution that the City of Lynn file and accept grants with and from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Order of the Energy and Environmental Affairs for the Parklands Acquisition for Communities Program for improvement to Barry Park. Whereas Barry Park is a treasured community-wide set asset and the improvement to this recreation area is a city priority as evidenced by the most recent open space and recreation plan. Whereas Barry Park is dedicated to park and recreation purposes under MGL Chapter 45, Section 14. Whereas Barry Park's ultimate restoration, guided in principle by both user and neighborhood request, and/or the city's open space and recreation plan will greatly enhance this facility by removing inaccessible and unsafe bleachers that block off access to the park, provided new accessible bleachers, paths, and entrances and shade trees. Whereas the overall cost and fiscal budget constraints prevent the city from proceeding forward with implementation of this project. Whereas the project was viewed as a series of phases to be implemented over time by priority as fiscal resources become available, with the intention of securing grant funding when and if available to assist in this effort. Whereas the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs is offering reimbursable grants to cities and towns to support the preservation and restoration of urban parks throughout the Parkland Acquisitions and Renovations for Communities Grant Program. Whereas this phase of Barry Park Improvement Project will cost a total of $580,000, and the city will appropriate 100% of the total project cost. Finally, now, therefore, be it, the mayor be and is hereby authorized to file and accept grants from the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs. The mayor be and is hereby authorized to take such actions as are necessary to carry out the terms, purposes, and conditions of this grant to be administered by the Office of Community Development. That this solution shall take effect upon passage. That's it.
Done?
Done.
Motion made, seconded, discussion, roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis, absent. Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staubed?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Seer?
Yes. Utilities Committee, Councilor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous vote of the committee was a motion to approve.
Motion made, seconded, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Now it's public properties.
Nope.
License.
Where?
Fields.
You always skip Mr. Field.
Utilities, oh, licensing committee, I'm sorry. How come I always forget you?
I don't know, I'm quiet.
Your head is so red right now, it's like I see steam coming off of it.
I'm okay.
It's pretty amazing. I thought you were a shy, easygoing kind of guy.
We gotta keep licensing either in the beginning or the end so we get it, not in the middle. Thank you, Mr. President. We do have a
Licensing.
unanimous vote by the
Councilor
committee.
Field.
Motion to approve.
Motion made, seconded, all those in favor?
I was just out in the sun too long, that's all.
I didn't realize there was that much there and you were at the top. Is it public properties now? Councilor Staubed.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a lot going on, so you might want to take a seat. The first item was a request from Deborah Marita to use the front steps of City Hall in the Johnson Street parking lot on September 12th for use in the Guatemalan Parade. Unanimous vote of the committee, motion approved.
All in favor?
Second. Motion made, seconded, discussion, roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis, absent. Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staubed?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Walsh? Counsel Walsh? Absent. Counsel Seer?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Staubed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Second item was proposed easement from the City of Lynn to the Lynn Water and Sewer Commission regarding proposed easement to facilitate Lynn Water and Sewer's proposed facility at Neptune Boulevard, Park, McManus Field, with the order that is on, the mayor is hereby authorized to execute an Article 97 disposition of certain park land in the City of Lynn for combined sewer overflow control, a permanent easement, a temporary construction easement, and all necessary documents to effectuate the same. Unanimous vote of the committee, motion approved.
Second. Motion made, seconded, discussion, roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis, absent. Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staubed?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Walsh? Absent. Counsel Seer?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Staubed.
We also had the redemption of tax foreclosed property on Dearborn Avenue. Unanimous vote of the committee, motion to approve.
Second. Motion made, seconded, discussion, roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Chakutis absent, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Starbed?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh? Absent, Counsel Seer?
Yes, Councilor Staben.
Thank you. We also had discussion regarding 2 parcels at the Wyoma Street Square parking lot. We had previously hired independent assessors to go out, assess the value, came back with 2 different options. The vote of the committee was to send an RFP out on both of those sites, giving rental options and purchase options. Unanimous vote of the committee. Motion to approve.
Motion made, seconded, discussion. Roll. Councilor Lozey.
Yeah, no, not too much to add, other than the fact that I want to thank Councilor Starbird and the Public Property Committee for working on this and being patient, along with the individuals regarding the property. And I think that this came out the best way, having this assessment performed, very transparent. We're able to move forward with what we hope will be the best result for the businesses and the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lozey. Anyone else? Roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Chakutis absent, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh? Absent, Counsel Seer?
Yes, Councilor Staben.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had discussion on the bid opening on the Thurgood Marshall Middle School site, former Thurgood Marshall Middle School site on Porter Street. We had 5 bidders on that. The Public Property Committee unanimously approved accepting the $2.5 million from the East Boston Community Development Corporation, and to bring that forward to the school committee to request that they transfer back to the city so we can commence the sale. Unanimous vote of the committee. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made, seconded, discussion. Roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Chakutis absent, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Counsel Walsh? Absent, Counsel Seer?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Staben.
Thank you. We had, for informational purposes, an update on the senior center from Attorney Lamanna. We had a request from the DPW to dispose of 23 pieces of DPW equipment in form of police cars. Unanimous vote of the committee. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made, seconded, discussion. Roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Chakutis absent, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh? Absent, Counsel Seer?
Yes. Any other business?
Yes. And in new business, we had,
Councilor Staben.
I'm still up. This will be the last one until the end of the meeting. Regarding the RFP, sending out an RFP for the sale of city-owned property on Wright Street to abutters for the purposes of landscaping and/or parking only. Unanimous vote of the committee. Motion to approve.
That was
Motion made,
That was 15 Avon.
seconded, discussion.
15 Avon.
The actual property is Wright Street.
Okay.
Motion made, seconded, discussion.
No, I thought it was Avon Street.
Roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Chakutis absent, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Lozey?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh? Absent, and Counsel Seer?
Yes. Councilor Hogan.
Tomorrow's a big day in the city of Lynn. We welcome home our Olympian, Rashida Ellis. It's going to start off at Lynn English tomorrow at 4:45 with a motorcade through the city by the Lynn Fire Department, Lynn Police Department, and the Essex County Sheriff's Department. And it'll end on the stairs at City Hall with a nice ceremony, just dedicating the day to Rashida Ellis and welcome her home from Tokyo 2020 Olympics. And it's a big day for the city of Lynn tomorrow. Welcome home, Rashida.
She's a gold medal in our eyes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Councilor Walsh.
New business. I'd like to make a motion to accept the Needham's Landing Park under the Article 97 in the new business. This is part of that transfer of land between McManus Field that we're losing to the pump station project, and they're replacing the parkland here at Needham's Landing.
Motion made, seconded, discussion. Roll call.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Chakutis absent. Counselor Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Field?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Lozey?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Net?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Stavitt?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Seer?
Yes. Any other business? Counselor Stavitt?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to add, ordered that a public hearing be set down for September 7th, 2021, to amend the City of Lynn zone ordinance and the City of Lynn zone map to rezone the southeasterly side of Parrott Street from Chatham Street to Fayette Street as an R1 district. Following the proposed zoning amendments, both sides of Parrott Street will be zoned as a single-family zoning district.
Motion made to have set down for a public hearing.
Second.
Motion made, seconded, discussion. Roll call.
Counselor Barton?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Chakutis absent. Counselor Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Field?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Lozey?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Net?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Stavitt?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Seer?
Yes. Any other business? It's the wish of the council.
To adjourn.
Motion made, seconded, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
41.
You're watching Lynn Community Television, Lynn's public and government access station.
Want to do roll call, Pam?
All right, sure. Counselor Jacutis.
Present.
Carly is excused. Barbara Mann.
Here.
George Harvey.
Here.
Right. Arthur and me, Pam.
All right. Well, let's start with updates with Chris, our Senior Center Director. Chris, the floor is all yours.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, this is the first meeting since the RFP expired. Unfortunately, we didn't get any bids on it. So we're still working on that. We're working on sending out another one. Yeah, but we're still looking for places. I'm still going out trying. We're putting our best foot forward, and we're going to continue until we find a place for everyone, at least something temporary until we can get something more permanent. But we're just going to continue working. I'm not going to stop, and the city is not going to stop. So we're going to keep trying to find a place, either temporary or permanently. And hopefully soon we'll have at least something temporary. And that's pretty much it with that. So I've been in contact with an architect to maybe come up with more specific things for the RFP. So I think that might help for another one if we do it potentially. And then that's pretty much it as far as it goes with that. And, August 19th, Congressman Moulton's office, they reached out to me and they want to come and speak to the Lynn Council on Aging and Mass Senior Action, some of the Lynn seniors. So I'm going to host an event here at City Hall at the foyer. So I hope to see you all here August 19th at 9:30 a.m.
Good news.
Yeah, it should be a good event. I hope to see you all there. So I'm looking on doing a Fall Fest event in September as well, a big event. More details to come, as well as is an event this August. And I plan on I'm gonna be going to all the senior housings and like a meet and greet, and I'm gonna bring Norris with me. I don't know if you guys know Norris. He's in charge of like the food security task force in Lynn, and he's like a wealth of knowledge when it comes to like anything to do with food and food insecurity. So he knows a lot of programs and stuff that can help the seniors of Lynn. There's a lot of stuff that I think that the seniors aren't utilizing. Some of the programs that could really help. And yeah, we're gonna go around and try to inform people and just meet people and yeah, do something positive. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I just want you guys to know that we're still trying. Like every day, we're looking for places. We're trying to every avenue to get a senior center. I mean, I feel sad like when I think about it, we don't have a place yet, but it's not for lack of effort or anything. We're out here trying. Everyone's trying. Diana, the city, everyone's, we're in a precarious situation and we're still trying every day. So, yeah, that's pretty.
Chris, I just want to say thank you. I know you've been out there every day. You've been on the phone every day. You are trying. I feel bad. You come into this position as senior center director, and like I said to you before, it's almost like you're homeless. You don't have a place, but I give you credit. You are trying, and we really do appreciate all the effort you're putting into this.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, what's next on the agenda here? City website.
As far as that goes, I reported to them back in June, and then I followed up this morning with them to fix it. So hopefully it'll get fixed soon. I think it'll get fixed very soon. Yeah, Elaine, she went and she called them directly. So I think they'll fix it by the end of the week.
Okay, thank you. City website. Senior Center. Attorney Lamanna, do you have anything on the Senior Center regarding a new RFP going out or anything?
I know Michael Bertino has been meeting with some property owners in the downtown area in hopes of the next RFP being a combination, not only a lease, but possibly a purchase. We have some leads that there may be some buildings in the downtown area that are for sale. I know Michelle Desmarais, who's on vacation this week, received a formal proposal from the Knights of Columbus. I don't know if she's had a much well-deserved vacation after a year of COVID, so I hope she hasn't had an opportunity to have to deal with any city work until she returns next Monday. But it's a dual track. We recognize that the RFP process is probably a 2 to 3 month process if there's particularly if there's a build out. And we recognize that there is a need now, particularly now that COVID situation hopefully continues, at least in Lynn and the North Shore, to improve to get a senior center up right away. So we're looking at the temporary sites as well as an RFP. But I would expect sometime in mid-August that the August 10th council meeting that there'll be a vote to authorize for another RFP, which would be for a lease and or sale.
All right, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Attorney Lamanna or for Chris?
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question for Chris. Chris, I've been, I live down here by the Commons, and I go by that bandstand. Well, they did a real nice job down, I believe, on that Common. I go by there, see the bandstand, and how nice everything looks, the benches. I mean, I know we've talked about it not too long ago, hosting like an outdoor event. I mean, I really think that would be a nice spot to get us together again.
Yeah, in the events, the conversations I've had with hosting the event, the Commons it's been in the works. There's a couple things. The Commons, you can't grill, like you can't cook food there because it's a public park, and so you're not supposed to. But yeah, the event I hope to host soon, the Common is one of the areas that we're talking about. So yeah, that's
right down by that bench.
Yeah, The only thing that scares me that the ground is uneven and people, have to be very careful while walking there. But
Yeah.
the Commons is a good area. It's close to a lot of senior housing, it's centralized, and that's definitely a good place.
Yeah, it'd be nice before the summer comes to an end to be able to at least do something at least once. I felt that you did a very nice job with the cookout down at the YMCA. That was the team effort there was extraordinary, and I appreciate it, and I'm sure many others did too.
Yeah, thank you all for coming, and thanks to Diana and everyone else that helped. It was huge.
Oh, absolutely.
Great seeing you all, and a lot of people turned out. It was great.
Yeah, so like I said, I live down right here by the Commons, and I go by the bandstand and I see all the benches and everything. I said, well, it'd be nice if we could have a little band or music right up on the bandstand, and the seniors could be gathered out there. I mean, just something to think about. I think it'd be real nice.
Yeah, this is something I want to do. I definitely want to have another event. I kind of want to keep the momentum going, and I thought we would have had a bit on the RFP and kept it going, but otherwise, we're gonna keep it moving. We're gonna do another event and just stay positive and keep keep it going.
Yeah, because we have that race, the horse race game that we used to do. We can do a couple of little things if you're interested. I mentioned before that I'd assist you if you needed something.
Yeah, definitely. We could definitely talk after the meeting, or we'll give each other a call. And
that'd be great, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The weather hasn't cooperated too much for the month of July either, so it's hard to plan an event outside right now. We just don't know what the weather's going to be. So keep our fingers crossed for August that it doesn't rain as much.
No, that's true.
All right. What do we have next on the agenda, Pam? I only have half my agenda here.
And new board members filling open seats.
New board. Okay. So what do we have Smitty. We want to welcome Smitty. This is his first official meeting as a board member. And do we have any, and what are we still missing? 2 open seats?
3.
3, okay. I'm still waiting on the mayor's office. They're still doing interviews, so. And I'll give them another call to see where they're at again, but.
I know they've interviewed at least 2 other people, but I know it has to get voted on by the council, so they'll have to wait anyway till you guys return from vacation. Yeah.
All right. The August 10th meeting, hopefully they're on there.
Yeah.
All right. We have next. Anybody have any questions on anything we just discussed?
I keep in touch with a lot of seniors from the old center, and a lot of them are getting really discouraged. They're saying, it's going to be years and I'll be dead by the time one opens up, and it's hard for them. And I was thinking, is there any way that we could have an outing someplace like Castle Island? Because we used to go there all the time, and if we get a bus just to people know that we're thinking of them, that we're not sitting down doing nothing.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. We'd have to pick a place for the bus to pick everyone up, but we'll just have to gauge the interest of how many seniors want to go and get it out there, and then I'm more than happy to plan an event.
Good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Friends of Council of Silly, but Joan's not here. So we really can't have a report on that right now.
Our special guest did not reply.
Okay. So we do not have a guest speaker.
Mm-mm.
All right. Next on the agenda is upcoming meetings. We are trying to decide if we want to go back to City Hall, if we want to continue Zoom. Does anybody have any thoughts on what they prefer to do for our meetings?
Well, I personally like the Zoom meeting for this, but that's just my opinion.
I think we
that's
should.
fine. That's what we.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Smitty.
I was going to say, how about have the next one a Zoom meeting? Because you never can tell what this pandemic is doing.
Okay. Barbara, what's your intake on this?
Yeah, sometimes I have meetings on Wednesdays down at City Hall. So, but they're at different times. So it wouldn't, it would be fine with me either way.
Diane here.
Hi.
Hi. I was, it seems like a lot of organizations are going to go hybrid after this. I've heard, from a couple of people that for whom it's hard to get out of the house, for other meetings and other groups that have really felt kind of liberated by Zoom, that they can participate. And is it possible that we can continue Zoom and in person at the same time?
Very good. That's a very good.
Attorney Lamanna, I'm going to turn this over to you.
So from a legal hybrid meetings will be legal through, I believe, April of 2022. What I've unfortunately found when there's hybrid meetings or when there are multiple laptops in the same room, the echo and the speed of each different internet provider is different. So when the city council very, very early on in March of 2020 attempted to have meetings, it was somewhat hybrid. People were home and people were in the same room. The audience had difficulty hearing with multiple laptops. But I can work with IT and between now and certainly well in advance of the next meeting and see if anything can be done in the council chambers. We had one successful city council meeting. We did have to hire outside consultants to assist in using smart board or a projector in order to have people that are outside of City Hall to participate. But I will speak with the IT department and see what we've done and what can be done to make it worthwhile for people that are present and people that are participating remotely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, I say right now we'll just continue doing our Zoom meetings. Our next meeting in August, we'll continue Zoom. And if most people feel comfortable with Zoom, I have no problem with it. Does Pam, are you all right with the Zoom meetings?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Well, as of right now, we'll continue doing the Zoom. That way more people can participate and log on to see what's going on. So we'll continue right now doing our Zoom meetings until something comes up and if we can change it down the road. But I'd rather have more people be able to have access to the meetings. All right.
I'd just like to add, I'm really looking forward to in-person, but.
Well, thank you for your input. We appreciate it. All right. So do we have any new business?
Just, with Chris and Michelle being new to the Council on Aging and the budget and the grants that come along, I had made a suggestion that we kind of contract with Stacy Mincello for a couple hours a week to make sure that we're getting all the grants that the COA is entitled to, even if it's just for a couple months, so that Chris and Michelle are able to understand what money is out there from the state, deadlines to receive those grants, and how to apply for them and what's required of those grants. The Mass Council on Aging does provide some of that information and some of that training. But I think that, we have a wealth of knowledge, and it's not anybody at City Hall's fault. It's just that prior to Chris being hired, the Council on Aging director had all of that in her head because she had no one else to go to. She had to know it all. And so I think that there is going to be a timeline of training that we have to look at. And so that's my motion. I would like to put a motion out there that we contract with Stacy Mincello a couple hours a week at her and Chris's convenience to make sure that the budget is what it can be, what we need. Make sure we're getting all the money that we need.
I second that motion. I think that's a very good motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Eva? So when Michelle comes back from vacation next week, I'll contact Michelle at the beginning of the week and get her input and see if her and Chris are able, or if Chris is able to sit down and if she approves that. I think it would be great for us to know what other grants are out there, what they have done in the past, just to help our budget and get different things for our senior center when we have a senior center. Anyone have any questions?
No, I think that's a great idea. I wondered about that too, since we don't have, any really logistical place, for, you don't know whether we're doing everything that we should be doing in order to get the money. I'm very glad. That was a good motion. Thank you, Pam.
I'm for that too.
Right. Do we have any old business?
If I may, I think the chairperson and Pam Edwards were CC'd on an email from Catherine Burns from the executive director of GLIS last Thursday. The GLIS board did vote to approve Michelle D'Amico as one of the Lynn Council on Aging appointments. I do believe there may be two with Bob Mazzone's retirement. I still believe there may be two that are open for the Council on Aging to have their full allotment of 5 members of the GLIS board. So I just throw that out there as an unfinished business that would need to be, that should be addressed.
Thank you, Ms. Lamana. Yes, and whenever we sent Michelle's over, we also sent Diane Money's resume. They requested a resume. Diane Money, and then maybe whoever would like to help me and Councilor Jakutis, we can brainstorm of a third person too. Diane was the one that had the nurses background, that they had requested somebody with a healthcare background. She's a former public health nurse, RN.
Okay, during the week, I'll give you a call. We can brainstorm. If somebody wants to help us, that's fine.
Yeah, send me an email or a call, anybody else from the board that you think of.
Yeah, if anyone has any suggestions, let us know. And we can contact them and see if they're interested and get a resume out.
Okay.
All right. I think, anybody have any questions?
No, it sounds like everybody seems to be doing their diligence to get this up and running. Yeah, it's just too bad that we hadn't had much of a response for a location. But it sounds like everyone's doing their best to get it up and going. Yeah.
Everyone is trying their hardest. It's a difficult situation.
Yes.
Being shut down for a year and a half of COVID didn't help the situation at all. So we're basically starting from scratch again. But everyone is putting in their part, and we keep on working on it, so.
Right.
Right. All right.
All
And
right,
so,
so I guess we'll see Yep.
Good. Just a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, second. Motion to adjourn, second.
Third,
All
fourth.
right, we'll see everyone at the next meeting.
Okay.
See you tomorrow, Diane, hopefully.
Thank you.
Lynn Community Television, Lynn's public and government access station.
The ground in the city or the
Commissioner Lozey.
Here.
Commissioner Prudian.
Here.
Commissioner Rosario is absent, and Commissioner Fine.
Present. Okay, minutes of the previous meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that if the minutes are found read and correct, that they be accepted.
Second by Commissioner Lozey. All in favor? Okay, project updates, the 20-year contract, monthly report.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The wastewater treatment plant performed very well during the month of July. It was a very rainy month. We had 11.5 inches of rain. Our flow was a little over 41 million gallons a day, but everything worked out. The BOD TSS removals were great. Our loadings were great. We processed 475 tons of sludge.
Anybody got questions? Mr. Tanner? Okay, next, the water treatment plant, monthly report. Mr. Dahl?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The Water and Sewer Commission is in compliance with all federal and state drinking water regulations. The water supply capacity as of August 8th, yesterday, was 83%. The average for this time of year is 73%. 9 of the 10 of the contract full-time positions at the water treatment plant are currently filled. The mechanic position that was vacated on June 3rd is still open, and Veolia is currently in the process of filling that position. That's my report.
Okay, CSO update, phase 1 construction update.
I'll be doing that for Anthony.
Okay.
GeoSo currently has 2 crews working on the project. One of the mainline crews is working on installing water, sewer, and drain mains on Neptune Street Court, which is the final street of this contract. The second crew is going to be working on finishing final restoration for the phase 1 project area of the inverts, curbing, sidewalks, and paving. As of last week, GeoSo has installed 8,100 linear feet of new drain, 4,600 linear feet of new water, and 4,200 linear feet of new sewer. And they did just under 600 linear feet of cured in place sewer relining on Center Street and South Street Court.
Anybody have questions? Sir? Okay, under the business, authorization to approve bond anticipation notes.
Okay, I'll take that one. I'll give you a little background. Last meeting we had discussed a $7 million bond anticipation note for some capital improvements and capital costs. In addition to doing that, we have a 2011 series of bonds that we were able to, they were called, and we were able to refund them. So we're going to borrow $7 million. We're going to refinance what's a little over $6 million. With interest would be about $8 million. So we'll save a little over $2 million. So we don't change the term of the when everything is due. It was due to be paid by 2031. So we don't change. We're not pushing anything out. We just refinance. It basically is what we're doing. So we're able to save the ratepayers some money over time. It'll help us as we're accumulating debt for various projects. So it's sort of a 2-for-1. So what I need this afternoon is a motion for the bond anticipation notes, which is we call the Series 2021 Series A.
You can make that motion. I second the motion.
All's in favor?
If you could read.
I can read it.
Yeah, if you could read that,
so
that'd
we
be.
know what it's about.
voted. Do by roll call.
Yeah, do a roll call on that. On
Okay.
The bond. Okay. Good.
All right. So that voted that the 24th supplemental resolution under the Commission's general bond resolution adopted May 31st, 1985 as amended is hereby adopted in substantially the form presented to this meeting with such additions, deletions, and other changes thereto, not inconsistent therewith as may be approved by the chairman, the executive director, or the treasurer, in accordance with such resolution prior to the delivery of any of the bond anticipation notes, 2021 Series A, referred to therein such additions, deletions, and other changes therefore, or thereto, to be reflected in the official copy of such resolution on file in the records of the Commission, together with a certificate of such approving officer attesting to his approval of all such additions, deletions, and changes, provided that any material change shall be approved by the Commission.
We need a roll call.
Okay, Shannon, motion. We'll have a roll call, please.
Sure. Commissioner Calucci is absent. Commissioner Lozey?
Yes, accepted.
Yeah. Commissioner Prudian?
Yes, accepted.
Okay, and Commissioner Rosario is absent. Commissioner Trahan?
Yes, accepted.
Okay, and then the second motion we'll need is for the refunding of the 2011 bonds.
Okay, the general revenue refunding bonds, 2021 Series A, voted that the 25th supplemental resolution under the Commission's general bond resolution adopted May 31st, 1985, as amended, is hereby adopted in substantially the form presented to this meeting with such additions, deletions, and other changes thereto, not inconsistent therewith as may be approved by the chairman, the executive director, or the treasurer in accordance with such resolution prior to the delivery of any of the general revenue refunding bonds, 2021 Series A, referred to therein such additions, deletions, and other changes thereto to be reflected in the original copy of such resolution on file in the records of the Commission, together with a certificate of such approving officer attesting to his approval of all such additions, deletions, and changes, provided that any material change shall be approved by the Commission.
We need a roll call on that too.
So the motion to accept by Commissioner Prudian, second by Commissioner Lozey. Roll call, please.
Okay. Commissioner Calucci is absent. Commissioner Lozey?
Accepted.
Commissioner Prudian?
Accepted.
Commissioner Rosario is absent. And Commissioner Trahan?
Yes, accepted. Okay, old business, collective bargaining, reopen request. Sam, you want to talk on the collective bargaining? Or?
Well, I prepared a memorandum and I distributed it to the commissioner and to the executive director. And it speaks for itself. Essentially, it requires a home rule petition. It's the only way. The enabling legislation is the statute that requires people to live in Lynn. In my memorandum, I distinguished how the police and fire were able to be exempt from the city charter requirement that likewise requires people to be residents of the city of Lynn. That's because there's a statute that allows police and fire to live within 10 miles. Right. And I think it was Mayor Kennedy negotiated with police and fire. That's the only exception. I've also taken the two prior home rule petitions that were filed. At that time, they were filed by then Speaker McGee in 1982 to create the Water and Sewer Commission and to amend the original creation of the Water and Sewer Commission so commission employees could become members of the city's pension system. That's the only two times the original enabling legislation has been amended. There was one other time for the 20-year service contract, and likewise, that was done by a home rule petition A home rule petition requires a vote of the city council and the approval of the mayor. I have taken the two bills that I had found that were created, the commission and the one that amended, that were filed by then Speaker McGee, to the clerk of committees of the city council. I spoke with her today, and she said that the law department, Jim Lamana, is researching the procedure how to put it before the city council, but it is something that the commission cannot do. You cannot amend the statute only because of the home rule amendment, because it's a statute that pertains only to the city of Lynn and the surrounding communities that participate. The only way that that statute can be changed is by the legislature, and the only way that can occur is by a vote of the city council with the approval of the mayor.
So now, do we have to send a letter? Do we need to make a motion here to get that ball rolling, to send something to the city council?
I haven't heard back from the law department, but I'm just saying to you that Bob Fennell and I looked at the two actual bills that created it, House Representative bills. I don't know, because they haven't gotten back to me, the law department, how it originated in the city council. I don't think Speaker McGee originated it. He had been a member of the city council, but that's 1983, he was Speaker of the House. Somebody originated it before the city council. I don't know the answer to that yet. I'm hoping that Jim Lamana will provide me with how they did it back then. But they
so should we send a letter to the water from the commission to the law department, or like request?
Well, they're the ones who are right now, I'm told, researching how the home rule petition would originate. You know, ordinarily home rule petitions originate at the city council. Here, it ultimately will go to the city council, but where it originates, and so they're looking back to see in the two times previous, how did it come to the city council? I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
So the police and the fire, how did that get?
Because there is a separate statute. If you read my memorandum, I cite the statute, and it says in the legislation that if there is existing statutes, the existing statute that we have is the Enabling Act. It says that residency. There is another statute that pertains to public safety personnel. So Mayor Kennedy had the right and did utilize that statute. She didn't exempt any other employees other than police and fire. That statute was passed by the legislature. It was a statewide statute that said police and fire could live within 10 miles or a further distance if approved from the city or town where they serve. So that is how the only change to residency under the city charter occurred. And that's because the only changes that it can occur in a statute is if there is another statute. Unfortunately for us, the only other statute we have says that every person who is employed must be a resident of the city. So if you want to change that, you have to change that statute.
So we can't do anything until the city council does a home rule petition.
Even they can't do anything. It's up to the legislature ultimately. But in 1962, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts adopted what's called the Home Rule Amendment to the Constitution. And that Home Rule Amendment says when you have a particular act that only affects a city and town and not the entire Commonwealth, that it has to be by the Home Rule petition. The Home Rule petition requirements are that you need the approval of the local body being the city council and the mayor in the city.
So when would our approval come into case?
Excuse me?
If we had to approve that issue, would it be after all that goes through that process?
I think the real question is how to get the legislature to do it, and the only way to get the legislature to do it is by a vote of the city council.
So it starts with the council first?
I believe that's the two times that we've seen before, that's where it, okay. But how it got to the city council in 1982, there were two bills within weeks of each other than the speaker filed both of them. We've seen those bills, but the law department is looking at whether the city, they need a city councilor to introduce it, how to put it before the city council and the mayor.
So, yeah, I'll go down and I'll see Jim Milano tomorrow, the next day, and I'll see where it is.
Yeah, I was told he was the one that got the assignment.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna follow up with Jim. we can go from there. So then someone on the council is gonna have to make a motion to
Again,
send it to the legislature.
I don't have knowledge, I'm just assuming that that's how it occurred, because in 1982, there was no Lynn Water. Somebody originated that idea, and that legislation got adopted by the mayor of the city and by the city council. That created the Water and Sewer Commission. After they created it, the question was what to do with the employees in terms of retirement. They quickly, within weeks, amended that. When they amended the enabling legislation, they used the exact same method. Home rule petition, adopted by the mayor and the city council. It went to the legislature adopted it. So that's the mechanism, and that's what...
So when the charter started here in '82, it already had the residency, it was in it, that was part of...
City charters had residency for many, many years. The only exception, and I spoke of that in my memorandum, because Bob and I discussed how was it, or could it be done by collective bargaining? And the answer is it can be done by collective bargaining if there is a statute that authorizes it. And there was a statute that authorized cities and towns to afford public safety personnel the ability to live within so many miles of the city or town they serve. And that's what Mayor Kennedy utilized.
Yeah, because we're going to have to do the same thing here. Once we adopt it,
How long would that
they're going to have to live close.
take? How long would it take to go through all that? Realistic.
Well, I think you have to speak to people who are state representatives. And what happens is that if the city council adopts it, then it would be filed by representatives probably Cahill, Capano, and Senator
They would
Bright.
send it to the full board.
Right, and then we've been dealing with the House Council at the legislature, and I think they said essentially the same thing to us. I think Representative Cahill asked the question on behalf of us, of the House Council's office. They're the ones who draft legislation.
Right.
And they came back with a list of statutes for Bob and I to look at, but essentially it reaffirmed what I think I had said orally at the last meeting, which is I thought it would need a home rule petition. And so now I would say, A, based on my research, and B, the concurrence of the House Council, it's going to require a home rule petition.
Okay.
And the home rule petition originates with the local governing body, but then generally the local representatives are the ones who carry it through the legislature. Bob serves in the legislature, and he helped me with the process and explaining that they await the approval of the local governing body when they get because it says right on the bill that was adopted, with the approval of the mayor and council when they file it.
Okay. So I'll reach out to Jim Lamanna. I'll find that out. So we can get that ball rolling. Go to the council. Any other new business? Anybody? Anything?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second. Aye. Meeting adjourned. Yeah.
Downtown Lynn, we're opening our gates and more. Welcome in, come see what kind of life's in store. With open doors, open arms, open minds, open hearts, it's for everyone to find. See beautiful ocean waterfronts, now look at all we're offering. Our crowds are friendly, join us please. We kick it off like special teams. Wait, listen to the music playing now. Latin, Asian, and Jamaican sounds, cuisine to taste from all around. Can't be lost with what you found, Lynn. A platform here for everything, for all this activist commuter trains. Give it a chance, come and dance, find romance, or advance your education, make your plans. Look, shoppers coming from miles away, murals, paintings, photos, stop and gaze. Our history is deep and rich, we'd love to see you add to this.
besoin qu'on a qui s'est passé. Les mois dans ligne, c'est ça passé. Bonjour avec nous, on allait. Pour moi, n'y a pire ça, non, hey. Dans une tape, ma chica, t'as chien trai. Yung sabay, tu moi créé, tu chui rosrei. Aquí mi vida es muy feliz. La gente pasa por mi lado y sonríe así.
Living it up in the district, working, loving, making friends. Living it up in the district, you won't come out the way you came in. Living it up in the district, working, loving, making friends. Living it up in the district, you won't come out the way you came in.
You're watching Lynn Community Television, Lynn's public and government access station.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to start the meeting. Jamie, you want to do the roll call?
Yes, Mr. Stillion?
Present.
Mr. Ma?
Here.
Mr. Price?
Here.
We have a quorum. Mr. Angeli and Mr. Upton are absent.
Okay. We have a quorum of 3 people.
We do, so we've got 3. We also have Attorney Lamanna here.
Thank you. Just so everybody knows who might be coming before us, you need a majority vote of 3 for anything to pass or fail. So if anybody doesn't want to go forward, there is only 3 votes available, and you need all 3 votes. Hearing that, as long as nobody has any problems with that, Attorney Lamanna or the applicant, I'm going to start the
could you hold
hearing.
just a minute, Bob? Hold on just a second.
Yes.
We're all set, Bob. We're ready to start.
Okay. Before I start the public hearing,
Let's approve. Can we approve the minutes, please? I'm
going to make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay.
I'll second.
I have a motion made. Do we have a second?
We got a second?
Yes. Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Okay.
Next on the agenda.
Yep, the public hearing. Why don't I read the ad?
Yes, perfect.
So the zoning, the City of Lynn Planning Board will hold a public hearing regarding a proposal to amend the City of Lynn zone ordinance and zoning map of the City of Lynn on the following. The zoning amendment creates an overlay district generally for the land that lies between Linfield Street, Dartmouth Street, Woodland North, Anchor Road, Donley Drive, Mary Ellen Drive, Joel Circle, Harmon Road, and Michael Road. The zoning amendment creates an open space residential development, which is a residential development in which the buildings and accessory uses are clustered together into one or more groups separated from adjacent property and other groups within the development by intervening open land. The zoning amendment also creates a senior living multifamily, which is a dwelling or combination of dwellings designed for and occupied by families with at least one senior person family member residing in each unit and lives in such unit for at least 6 months of each year. The purpose of this section, the Medical Village Subdistrict 1, MVD-1, and the Medical Village Subdistrict 2, MVD-2. This amendment is created to carry out the recommendations of the Union Hospital Reuse Planning Study and specifically meet the following objectives. A, to foster development that is sensitive to the surrounding neighborhood of single-family residential neighborhoods and conservation area of the Lynn Woods. B, to create new economic opportunities for the reuse of the Union Hospital property, encourage an investment and revitalization of the neighborhood, and C, to create new housing opportunities while limiting impacts on city schools and ensuring new housing is made available to a range of income levels. The proposed zoning amendments and map are available for inspection during normal business hours. So that's the ad that was published in the item. And Chairman Stillian, you can open the public hearing.
Okay, before I open the public hearing, anybody wishing to speak in favor would speak first. They would state their name and address for the record. I would want to close that, then anybody wishing to speak in opposition would speak. If the vote passes, then it goes forward to the City Council. If we vote in the negative, it would mean that the City Council needs one more vote. It would be a supermajority. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing for anybody wishing to speak in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stephen Smith, attorney representing the owner of the property, Solomini Charitable Corporation. Principal David Solomini Jr. is present here today as well. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board.
Attorney Smith.
Yes.
You do know that we only have the 3 members, so you need all 3 in the affirmative.
Yes,
it does not pass.
That's my understanding, Mr. Chairman.
And you are willing to go forward.
Correct.
Thank you.
I'd like to give a brief summary of the history that got us here, as well as a summary of what you see before you. This process, this public planning process, began as far back as 2015 when North Shore Medical Center announced its intent to consolidate their healthcare services, or a majority of their healthcare services, on their Salem campus. A process that essentially was completed in October of 2019. At that time, the city, primarily through the efforts of Ward 1 Councilor Wayne Losey in support of the mayor's office, in funding provided through the local EDIC and through North Shore Medical Center, engaged on a reuse plan, which is referenced in the public notice for tonight's meeting. The objectives of that plan, which are cited not only in the public notice but in the proposed zoning amendments and in the MAPC recommendations as well, was to come up with a reuse of the property that would protect neighborhood interests, create housing opportunities, and minimize impacts on the city's finances. The MAPC process began in 2018, where they had a series of public meetings, well-attended public meetings. In August, they appeared before, 2018, they appeared before a group to get ideas, primarily residents in the neighborhood, but not exclusively, as to how they would like to see the property reused. They took those ideas, they went to the drawing board and came up with some alternatives to present to essentially that same group that same September of 2018 to engage in conversation as to what their support was for those alternatives. With that public feedback, they came back and they created this MAPC reuse study and recommendations, which I have, and I'm sure that the planning board members are familiar with. And what the recommendations were, in summary, was the city to foster zoning amendments that would allow for the addition, the creation of 2 overlay districts, MVD1, which would provide for senior multifamily housing, and MVT2, which provide for senior housing in single-family residential cluster, commonly referred to as cluster-type development. I know, Mr. Chairman, you can't, I don't know that you can see what I have before me, but I just have a blow-up, and I'll let the crowd see that as well. But this is the map changes where the overlay districts are located. So MVD1, this is Linfield Street. MVD1 is the Union Hospital property proper. MVT2 is commonly referred to as the parking lot, located and accessed off of Woodland North. MVD1 is approximately 10 acres. Approximately half of that is occupied by the hospital services, and approximately half of that is part of the property that's owned by Mr. Solomini. The rear portion, MVD2, is approximately 9.5 acres and owned by Mr. Solomini as well. Those are the districts that we're talking about, and we can certainly refer to this, any questions, as the hearing goes on. The zoning amendment process is, at least with my involvement, has been almost a year. And we had the opportunity to work with the city planner, Aaron Clausen, and his staff. We had the support, and I say support in the sense that people who provided their time and expertise into developing the proposed zoning amendments, not necessarily support for those amendments, though we think they are supportive, and hopefully today or tomorrow we'll hear from them. And they included the Law Department, Mr. Lamana here is present today, Mike Donovan with the Special Services, Jim Cowdell with the EDIC, Charlie Gator with Lynn Housing Authority, and pardon me, I just want to check and make sure I'm not leaving anybody out. Excuse me, and Council Lozzi, who was given very freely of his time to work through this process. The proposed amendments themselves in summary form, and you have them listed in various sections of this document in tabular form and in narrative, create the MVD1 overlay, which will provide for a density of up to 28 units per acre, which at maximum capacity would be 150 units. Any further development that would be at the discretion of the city. It would just provide by right 150 units of housing. There's dimensional regulations. The properties that abut, for example, on the Dartmouth Street side, the most closest abutters, there is a 35-foot setback between any structures on the MVD1 overlay district in the homes that front on Dartmouth Street. Approximately the same as what existed for the hospital today. Open space at 25% of land area, maximum building coverage at 40%, and a floor to area ratio of 1.25. All those were incorporated into the amendments to protect the neighborhood, to control the extent of development that would be allowed on the property. There is an age restriction of greater than 62 years of age or older have to occupy the units for at least 6 months out of the year, which is intended in recommendations part of the reuse study. There is a minimum of 50% affordable component, and that's a minimum, and we expect that to be met and probably exceeded in most cases. There's limited retail and food service opportunity, up to 5,000 square feet in total. That would serve to not just for support of people who live within the senior multifamily housing, but also members of the neighborhood who could come in and commingle and take advantage of some of the improvements that are on the site. Whatever does occur on the site as a result of any rezoning that's passed by the city is going to be subject to a project review process, which will be administered by the planning board. So when we have actual plans, you will see them before any building permits are developed, and you'll have a chance. The planning board, as well as local city agencies, will have a chance to review and comment and modify and amend those plans before they come permittable. The planning board has a role tonight in making a recommendation to the city council, but you have an ongoing role as well, not just in the project review that I mentioned, but in the rear portion. I'm going to get back to that in a moment, where we're talking about what's now referred to as open space residential, commonly referred to as cluster type development. Any of the infrastructure improvements will also be subject to the review of the planning board through project review, and will be guaranteed through a performance guarantee that would be administered through the planning department, by the planning board. The MVT2 district, the so-called parking lot area, would provide for detached single-family homes and a cluster-style development. To control density, there would be 1 unit per 15,500 square feet, so maximum build-out under the cluster-type construction would be 26 dwelling units, though the property owner would still have the right to develop traditional subdivision if he so chose. Open space component is 50%, so there'll be dedicated open space within the property that will be restricted from any future development. There is, in addition to required rear yards of that of single-family homes, an additional 20-foot no-disturb buffer surrounding the property, so it'll maintain the privacy of existing homeowners. And similar to the multifamily senior housing, it's age-restricted to 55 years or over. At least one owner has to be age of 55 or over, and that's enforceable by a number of entities. Again, subject to the project review process. People who are familiar with the area, less than a quarter mile away, there's a similar type of project. For comparison purposes, the village at Nell's Pond, which is located off the map, but up here. And that's approximately a 10-acre site that has 30 detached single-family structures, so a little higher density than what would be allowable under the MVD2 zoning, but for the purpose of making it a little abstract, if you're familiar with that, that's essentially the type of development you'd be seeing if these zoning amendments are approved. We've had partners going forward that we've shared discussions with and value their input, and hopefully if this zoning amendments are approved in a timely manner, they'll be partners in the development as well. They include Two Life Communities, is an organization that's been existing for 50 years. They manage and administer over 1,300 residential units in 4 major Massachusetts communities. The other would be Element Care. Element Care would be hoping to occupy what's called the South Building, which is located closer to on the MVD1 site, closest to Woodland Avenue. And Element Care provides senior health care service to seniors in the community, formerly referred to as PACE. The MVD2 project is owned by the Solomini Charitable Corporation, and we anticipate that Mr. Solomini, who has a long and successful track record of residential development in the city of Lynn, would continue in developing that parcel as well. That's my overview of how we got here and what we have, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions that the board members might have.
Chairman
Thank
Stayton,
you,
can
Attorney
you still
Smith.
hear us?
Yes, thank you, Attorney Smith. Are there any questions of the board?
I have one. So just the building, what do you call in the back?
South Building?
The South Building.
Yes.
That will stay on the site or be torn down?
It will remain on the site. So you see demolition activities right now. They're not related to that building proper. The connection to that building, yes, but not the building itself.
Any other questions from the board, or should we continue the public hearing?
I'm good. I'm fine.
Thank you.
Okay, we can continue.
Anybody else wishing to speak in favor?
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, for the record, I'm David Solomini Jr. I live at 39 Joel Circle here in Lynn, and through Solomini Charitable Corp., I am the owner of the former Union Hospital property. I bid on the property and ultimately purchased it as a community project. As many of you know, I, along with my family, have been great supporters of the hospital over the years, and I really want to see the property returned to a community use. So, adding to what Attorney Smith mentioned, it's been a collaborative effort with city officials throughout the last year or so in coming up with the document that's before you. So the zoning amendments that are before you are really a big step in the reuse of the Union Hospital property. I just thought I'd bring you up to speed on where we are demolition-wise. I think most people that have gone by the hospital realize that it is under demolition. With Mr. Price's question, the south building, which is the 2-story building in the rear of the hospital property that abuts Linfield Street, that 2-story building is relatively new, and we're looking to repurpose that. Our plan is for Element Care to use that building for its PACE program, for senior healthcare programs in that building. There'll be quite a bit of remodeling and renovation that will happen with that building. The walkway that went from the main building out to the south building has been removed. The existing building, we started with demolition back in January. We spent 4 months abating asbestos within the building. Once that was completed, the beginning of May, we shut the utilities to the building, cut the power, and so forth, gas lines and whatnot from the building. So all the utilities are disconnected. We started gutting out the building in early May, and that really happened for a couple of months. So all of the materials in the building have been removed from the building, such as walls, ceilings, and so forth. The building itself is a concrete building. We've started demolishing parts of the building, starting with where the emergency room is. Most people are familiar with the emergency room side of the building. The emergency room has been demolished. What was the intensive care unit's been demolished, and part of the library. And that's what they're working on. As we speak right now, there are demolition crews taking down the building. Our expectation is that the building will be down by the end of September. We're going slow and methodical because we need to separate out materials, as well as we don't want to have a large demolition site which would have dust blowing around and things that would certainly upset the neighbors. So we're doing it in a very thoughtful and methodical manner. Prior to the demolition, just from a community standpoint, we allowed the buildings to be used by police and firefighters for training.